Alrighty, I think we're pretty good to go. Oh, I need to get my timer on. Shrimp, how's it going, man? Out to catch me? I haven't been on in the last week and a half. I just started streaming again yesterday. I was completely swamped with work and life stuff, so not streaming at all. Which is very odd for me because I usually never take breaks off stream. At least not more than one day. That might be the longest break I've taken in over 6 to 7 months at least. But hey, we back. Yuri, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Start this timer really quickly. I got a bunch of work to do on the stream, but we're gonna start with some animal paintings. I have some critiques lined up for later today, which we're gonna be doing. I think we're gonna critique some mech concept art. Gonna be a lot of fun. Let me just fix this for you really quickly. Also, I wanna paint some fan art for the Mandalorian, and I wanna combine it with Death Stranding. So I did a really quick paint over before stream started, and I think it's gonna work out. I just had to problem solve a couple of things, but I feel like we're gonna have a fairly good time with this. Luna, it is good to see you. How you doing? How's everybody doing today? Hopefully you guys are alright. I am tentative about the whole music situation because most of the time people don't have their volume loud enough to actually hear the music. And Google Chrome is such an annoyance when it comes to lagging my computer. It just hogs so much RAM. So I don't know if we'll have music. I usually don't paint with music on. I usually paint with people speaking. Usually concept artists in the background. So we'll try today without any music and we'll see how it goes. Because my brush comfort is a big deal to me, which is why I very seldom do concept stuff off on stream because I don't like brush lag when I work. I just want to paint and paint and paint and not worry about anything else. So it is really a problem. You're waiting for PC Death Stranding? I've been waiting for a little bit, I think, but the game, people are very like it seems like it somewhat mixed the reception of Death Stranding. But visually, I'm such a fan of that game. It looks so good. Okay, let me get my brushes out of that little situation there. First under the head was fan out of the Mandalorian, and I'm on board. You should check out the Siege Man. He's one of my buddies on the After Hours crew. He did a fantastic Clint Eastwood Mandalorian mashup painting on Instagram. Really good stuff. But yeah, I want to do like the Baby Yoda in the tank, and I want to have everything else somewhat consistent. I also want to show like he's having like carbonite like locked people on his back, like he's carrying his cargo, like his bounties. I think that would be a really cool idea, but you can't show everything in a design. So maybe I'll resort to having maybe a smaller creature down over there, maybe in a handheld carbonite container, some sort of encasement. That'll be kind of cool. So I want to be painting that at some point. I don't know if it'll happen today on stream, but just so you know that I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking about it. There you go. Also, stuff that I painted after stream yesterday. I did a very quick painting of a wolf portrait. Use a lot of symmetry tool in this one. I don't usually paint with symmetry, but I was really tired and it was difficult to solve proportion. So I just smashed this out with some symmetry tool and then just painted over it later on. And it turned out to be pretty alright. Not a bad wolf portrait whatsoever. Yesterday I stumbled upon a community of visual artists and they were unanimously enamored with Death Stranding precisely because of the visuals. Yeah, Kojima has a very creative mind. He's a brilliant creative director. Sometimes creative directors have a large problem with actually giving you, giving a general audience a lot of like teeth to bite onto, like a lot of substance to bite onto when it comes to plot. Like Lucas, I think is the biggest example of that. I think George Lucas is a fucking genius when it comes to coming up with stuff. Like he's coming up with ideas. Maybe not so much in the realm of like making a cohesively like engaging story, but his concepts, like people shit on the prequels. I think the general consensus towards the prequel Star Wars movies has somewhat mellowed over the years. But when they came out, people didn't like them. But even when they came out and I saw them for the first time, I was like, holy shit, how do you come up with this stuff? How do you come up with this insectoid alien robot creature that splits its arms into four, it has lightsabers and it spins them around like, and the Geonosian weapons of war and all the droid ships and the Gungans even. I don't mind the design. I think the design's really cool. Like a lot of stuff, you know? There's so many things. I don't see anything. There's only stream starting in 20 seconds. Oh, you should refresh that. We are dropping some frames, but it should be alright. We'll start painting in a second. Also, I need to refresh those pictures. Those pictures are several months old. But that's about everything that I've done since yesterday. Also, I did a lot of concepting earlier today. Some of it that I'm actually going to paint on stream. I want to do some sketching, but I I'm designing this sort of like Maasai tribal warrior woman, which has a baby. It's what, everything that I'm drawing right now seems to have babies on it, but yeah, it has a baby companion. I saw this image of the cheetah and the small little cheetah, like I'm assuming it's a mother and her son, and I really wanted to do like a mother-son piece, so I just started drawing. I did some sketching, and ultimately ended up with this, and I really want to take this into a final illustration, so I'll just do some sketching on the thumbnail, because this is at the thumbnail stage. It's a very, very simple, basic stage, taking like maybe 5, 10, 15 minutes in each one, and I'll take it into sketch. So if you guys are not familiar with how people generally stage concepting, I can show you. So I'll show it to you based on something I did very recently for the FCD submission. So it was pretty good. So we can show you that. That's a recent thing that we did. So right now we're at this stage over here, and we want to get somewhere to this stage over here, which is a finished sort of idea that is, you know, somewhat well drawn. Have a lot of the forms resolved, a lot of the problem solving has been done. This is still really rough, but thankfully they didn't care too much about finishing. They just cared about ideas, but we want to go from this stage over here to this stage over here. This is my favorite stage. This is most people's favorite stage. The thumbnailing, you get to make a lot of changes really quickly, really easy to kind of iterate ideas out. But I want to get to this for the character, so we're going to end up with something. Do I have a character sheet somewhere? I probably do. Grab a character sheet somewhere. We want to end up with something a little bit better than, let's say, a page of robots. Something around this sticker. Do you have any people in here? Probably have some people somewhere here. I am trying to get into a concept art school. Well, several concept art schools, so I have a lot of stuff like this just laying around in my folders. Yeah, something to this point. To this point here. It's fine now? Cool. So Star Wars in order. I was fascinated from episode 1. I'm not going to claim it's good or particularly engaging in terms of cohesive storyline, but the idea of it, especially given when it was all conceived, is amazing to me. Yes, definitely. Really, really good ideation. Are those thumbnails your own? Yeah, this is all my own stuff. None of these is my submission. These two files over here were part of my submission to FCD, which is a design school that I'm trying to get into. I have an interview on Thursday, which isn't that far away. I need to check my Skype. I wonder if they added me. But after that interview, I should know whether or not they'll let me in. Hopefully they will, and then that is a lot of work. Thank you, I appreciate that. Alright, with that said and done, we'll do a crit in a little bit. I do want to get this painting out in a second, mainly because the person who requested the crit isn't here yet. I don't know if they will come to the stream, because they are also Indian, and our internet's not the best. But I'll do it after this painting regardless, and if they're in here, they're in here. Right? Easy enough. Let's do a quick little painting now. I like doing quick paintings. They are enjoyable. Let's just get that canvas roughly in the proportion to the reference. I don't care about this 1:1. Some people have this idea of trying to like perfectly get your canvas size to match the resolution of your reference. I don't encourage that too much. If you're really stuck for time, you can do that easily, sure. However, one of the biggest things to consider is that what are you doing a measurement based on? If you're doing a measurement based on the edges of the canvas, like this, like how far is it away from the square, how far is it away from the square, I don't think that's the best thing to do. I really prefer looking at internal measurements like that, and then measurements between characters, because you can use that information a lot more effectively, because these large negative spaces can betray you quite easily. Especially if you don't take care with your canvas size, but even more, I feel like it teaches you a bad habit, so I don't tend to do that. No harm if you do. And again, we're talking about good practices here, like good effective practices you can do very easily for anything that you paint, and it'll lead you to develop some good habits. Another one that I've learned is just keep the reference a little bit smaller, than your canvas size. This is the entire point of this, is to reduce your focus on the detail, and you think more about the idea of what the largest facets of your image are. And most importantly, it'll teach you how to proportion relatively as opposed to site sizing. So site sizing is basically, it's something that they make you do in ateliers and stuff like that, in like informal art training, is if everything is the same size, what you'll do is you'll just take this distance over here, you'll say that's the distance of my head, and you'll take it from the picture, and you'll transfer it to your canvas, right? Just like that, you'll just transfer it 1:1. And unfortunately, I mean, this is something you can do, of course, and it'll net you a good piece, but you're not practicing relative proportional like theory. You're not practicing proportional techniques there. You're just transferring a measurement, right? So you're just 1:1 things. And this has its uses, of course. It's very important, especially if you're painting for time. You can't just finagle things if you have no time. But in terms of learning, like a good understanding of technique, of relative proportioning techniques, really important because put that size down. You actually learn the fundamental of why certain things work. You learn how to use an interface. You learn how to use your plumb line. That way, it's supremely important because then you can basically looking at whatever you want, no matter how big the reference is, and you can just blow it up based on your requirements. You don't have to do a bunch of like minimizing, maximizing. You just understand how to transfer proportions. It's a pretty important thing, pretty important skill to learn. And of course, what helps most is just to be able to understand the anatomy and the structure of what you're drawing, and then drawing basically completes itself. Structural drawing. Can't wait to hear. I can't either. I really hope everything goes all right. Hopefully it does. Let's take a drink of water, and we'll allot, let's say, an hour for this painting, and go ahead and do it. With like a nice casual approach to this. Nothing too fancy. I haven't done much painting in the last couple of weeks. It's been mostly concepting, mostly design. But I do. My heart's in concept. I really like it, but I'm such a big fan of illustration as well. I'm just an art guy, so I like all sorts of stuff like that. So I did a portrait yesterday, the wolf portrait, and a little bit before that, I also did that. What is it called? The portrait of somebody in the stream. I did a portrait of Nuts, who is a lovely member of the community. You want to see that? It's somewhere around there. I need to organize my folder. This was that portrait. I think it was a pretty good one. Hour and 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes, something like that. It took me, but I do think it was quite successful. I don't usually paint soft to hard. This is one of my few soft to hard portraits, but it's an interesting look, a little bit different than what I usually do.
I can't believe you've done this.
Zeking, thanks for the follow, man. That's a pretty decent portrait, not bad. Likeness is there, fairly visually appealing, not too bad. Good control of edges. A couple of things I have problems with, but not anything to write home about. Not too bad whatsoever. So we did some painting in the last few days. I've my origins in Twitch creator or whatever is in painting, so most of you guys have followed me for that. But I am trying to get into design and concepting. That's where my career path is going to take me. We'll see. All right. So enough diddly daddling. Let's do this painting. Decent. That's amazing. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't mean to say decent to put down people that are not as far along as me, just to say that there are mistakes, so that just acknowledging the fact that there are things that can be improved, that kind of stuff. But I do appreciate the sentiment. I do appreciate liking the work. But just to be like forthcoming with the idea that it's okay, like things are right and also things are wrong. Like I think that sort of behavior or mentality will take you a little bit further. I'll take me a bit further. I don't ever want to get too confident with these kind of things. It's that white belt mentality. That's what Mark Bell, who's a powerlifter, would say. Can you show the reference for this portrait? I don't think I can actually. I don't know where it is. This is actually a friend. This is Nuts from the community. Maybe I can find it. It's an Instagram clipping. Oh, this might be too much to ask because I have no idea where it's stored. Well, if she comes in and asks her to post her Instagram. Because I think the snipping tool posts it directly to some random folder depending on where I've been storing files. Because I snip a lot of things off of Instagram. So unfortunately I do not have that toy. But comes in and asks her to show, because I keep forgetting what her Instagram name is. I think it was Bay, but I could be wrong. Anyway, painting time. I feel like I do little and less painting these days on stream, so let's get to it. Alright, 3, 2, 1, and we go. What's the first thing that we do? What's the first thing we always do when we paint something? But let's just, we'll figure out something general. The background. I don't like painting on a dead canvas, it kind of bothers me. It bothers me in the sense that it feels like there's no life in the canvas. I don't like that. I don't like that intimidating amount of just gray or white or whatever it is. It's a problem. So let's just get rid of it on the get-go. Let's just fill that with some random noise. And suddenly everything seems like the world makes a bit more sense to us, right? It doesn't really matter what it is. You can't really go wrong at this stage. Do whatever you want. A couple of tips though when you're doing this. Maybe just stay a bit desaturated. Because desaturation is a little bit of a friendly zone when it comes to painting. Mainly because of the fact that colors mesh well really when things are desaturated. That's color theory for you, because there's not any intense amount of saturation, which means everything is very, very close to each other in terms of their overall positioning as your color theory. So basically, the idea is, pause the timer. It's just been 54 seconds, but we have a first timer pause. The idea is that, so when you want to travel from one color to another color, you can do this, right? You can go from yellow all the way to blue, or you can go from green all the way to purple. But there's another way. It's called the gray bridge. That's what I call it. So instead of going from here to here and going through all of these colors of the rainbow, what you could do is you could just go from here and you desaturate, desaturate, desaturate. You hit the gray, and now I'm a gray, so it doesn't matter where I am on the color wheel. I have entered this teleportation zone, this warp zone called the gray zone, right? So now I can just pop out anywhere I want. I can pop out to the blue, I can pop out to the bluish green, I can pop out to the green. So basically, if I'm further or far enough from a color, if I want to go from green to purple, and the idea of wanting to go, the impedance behind that, that's up to you. It could be that there's a green local color, it's being hit by a blue light, so green local color hit by blue light. What do they mix into? It's a good question to ask, because you could say, oh, maybe they mix into the color in between with equal saturation. But that's not how light really works, right? Light takes the shortest path. So what happens is, you wouldn't have this blue color showing up if this hit the surface. You'd most likely have a desaturated green, like that. And if it was so powerful, it was really, really powerful light, you'd probably get something like that. It would go lighter, and it would go desat purple, or purple blue. Right? The gray bridge, that's the color theory right there. It's very, very useful to know, because it means you have a lot of options, which is important. Dalmir, how's it going? Canvas, how's it going, dude? Good to see you guys. Alright, these brushes lag tremendously. You see that? You see that racing? See how it's racing? Look, my mouse is right there. Man, the shit I have to deal with when I'm painting on stream. It's fine though. You just take it in your stride. Just use different brushes. What, you can't paint with those fancy brushes? You can't paint without them? Do the brushes make me, or do I make me? I make me. So we paint without them. We don't need those fancy brushes. Alright, let's just paint with a less fancy brush. You know what this brush does? It's still kind of fancy. You know what it does? So you paint a little bit, and then you can start smudging shit up. And that's really fun to do. So you just paint and smudge, paint and smudge. Let's do it this way. It's going to be fun. Alright? Let's just start over there. And we'll add some elements to the foreground, let's say. Well, let's make it darker, I guess. Something like that. Something to just cut the edge off. Most people would give you the idea that, oh, if it's a foreground element, make sure it's nice and dark. I would argue against, because it's too heavy of a rule. It's too heavy of a rule. You don't have to make it severely darker. There are situations where it becomes quite light, and we can get into that using examples, but just bear in mind, some stuff that people tell you may not necessarily be exactly true for all situations. Maybe it's true for some of them. Okay, well that's my background. We're done, man. We're done with the background, and now we just put in some random strokes, shall we? We'll ascertain what everything's going to look like. So we're going to break everything down really, really simply. And we'll start from there. So where is this going to occupy on my canvas? We'll just say it occupies right over there, and right over there to start. We'll say that's my boundary from right to left. So we start right there, and then let's just draw a really fancy shape, shall we? Fancy, fancy shape. This goes about maybe 2/3 of the way, so 1/3, 2/3 right there. So 2/3 of the way, and it goes triangular, basically. That'll be my first little shape right there. Just mark out using some nice little straight lines, nice little confident straight lines. As if we know what we're doing, right? I finished my sketch, I really like it. I'm afraid I'm going to fuck it up from now on. Is it in digital? In digital you don't have that fear, right? I'll just take a photograph, bring it in digital, and then fuck with it over there. And if you like the changes, then make it traditional. Alright, so we'll just draw a line like that, right over there. They always talk about the schoolism course about realism. What would you advise for color, the gray bridge for example? So for color, I feel like there's no better place than the Nathan Fox course. Very, very, very good course on color. Color theory. Also some fantastic advice from Craig Mullins as well on his introduction to digital painting. No, introduction for digital painting by Craig Mullins. We're just drawing a bunch of boxes right now, by the way. Some people get really loose with their blocking. I'm not one of those people who like to get really tight with the blocking, because I like to control it like this. So I'm not going to get too tight, or too loose rather. I like nice little straight lines, they make me feel good inside. I'm going to stick with them. Just like that, easy. So I'm just basically sectioning everything off. Because we're going to start nice and basic. That's what we need to do. So Nathan Fox course, it's called Designing with Color and Light, great course. And the second course would be Digital Painting with Craig Mullins. It is digital? It is digital? Cool, then you have nothing to worry about. Save it and then iterate to high heavens. That is the major power of digital. Is that the things are very like perishable, I guess you can call it. We're just looking for those larger shapes, you know. That's what we care about. Those larger shapes. Look at that little like turkey breast shape on the front of that beautiful animal. So lovely. I love drawing cats. Anatomy of cats, of cheetahs particularly, I do not know too much about. I know a lot about lion anatomy. I know a lot about tiger anatomy. It's not too far removed, honestly. It's not too far removed. A cat's a cat at the end of the day. But there's going to be some specific things in each cat that need to be considered. Of course, because things are so simple right now, I can make some rather large changes because I'm not going to make too many marks while I work. There's a book too? Is there really? Want to finally learn something there in digital? Yeah, you told me a while ago that you're having some problems with it. Hopefully things are clearing up for you. Yeah, you can't mess a digital work up, really. I mean, you can if you paint like me on a single layer, but I paint a single layer out of necessity. We just add some years right there, just break the silhouette a bit more. And now we're gonna just figure out a couple of big things over here. Where does that eye begin? Like just objectively, where does that eye begin on the face? Where does it end on the face? I would say the line over there would be maybe 2/3 of the way. I'm going to divide it like that. Let's say 2/3, something like that maybe. Maybe about that much from the top. Just nice little straight lines, man. Controllable straight lines. Big fan of them. I mean, they do kind of kill the gesture a little bit if you don't know what you're doing with measurement. For me, I'm okay with them. Good, reliable way of painting. Second, I said that I wanted to learn, my internet died. Oh my bad, it's the James Gurney book. James Gurney is very good with color as well. Big fan of James Gurney. Dude. Got a great YouTube channel as well. For free stuff on color, because I'm talking about paid sources right now, but for free stuff on color, really good source would be Marco Bucci on YouTube. Look at his videos on color. I feel like those are really good. I always encourage you guys to don't ever think that digital painting is digital painting. If you can learn from traditional guys, that is very, very good. I do a lot of my learning. In fact, most of my learning has come from traditional painters. So look up artists like John Lariva, look up artists like Mark Comer, Drawmix Paint on YouTube, that's his name. Just go check out traditional painters. Because ultimately, fundamental is fundamental, man. There's no two ways about it. Once you learn it, you can apply it to basically everything else. What's digital? Shut up, Canvas. Marco Bucci's helped me so much. Yeah, Bucci is fantastic. Bucci, godsend. We can make some little changes right now. About the book, but would you advise another one? Nathan Fox, maybe? Oh, but there's never going to be a one-stop shop, I feel like, so don't look for like one single answer to all your problems. You'll basically accrue a bunch of good information over a period of time, but just get your feet wet to start. We'll see where you get, right? But this is just a basic guideline for me. I'll make changes as I go, depending on my needs and wants. Just a guideline to say where everything is to maybe potentially perhaps somewhere lead, right? Really hate drawing animal children. It's just too small, and I work very large. But hey, I'll manage. Just break it down really simply, and we should be fine. Just some simple lines, right? I'm not looking for a line drawing, by the way. If anybody's wondering, why isn't he lining things properly? Well, I'm not trying to line draw something. This is going to be a painting. So I don't spend too much time on this line, because in fact, I'm going to do one last thing over here, which is I'm going to mark out some shapes for myself. Just some shapes that are fairly interesting to me. And then I'm just going to start painting. That's all I have to do over here. Start painting right after that. I found Aaron Blaise to be invaluable too, looking at a pretty cartoonish project at the moment. It was a good fit. Aaron Blaise is fantastic, yeah. Worked on so many beloved animation projects. Did the animation for Nala and Lion King. He did Brother Bear. Was a creative director on that project. He learned to draw some animals from Terrell Whitlatch, who was a personal hero of mine. I really like Terrell Whitlatch. If you're an artist, especially if you're a female artist, and you want somebody to really inspire you that's also a woman in the industry, Terrell Whitlatch is monumental in her achievements. Really, really cannot take anything away from that woman. She's incredible. Worked on creature design for projects like Star Wars, a bunch of Disney films, and so on. Just a monumental paragon of the industry right there. Jonathan Hardis's course is also colors covered. It is true, but let me tell you something, Solmer, about Jonathan Hardis's approach to color. He's a little bit afterthoughty. He's very afterthoughty when it comes to color, which is understandable for a realism guy, because colors are not the craziest thing when it comes to realism. Meaning, a painting will still hold. That would be her, yes. A painting will still hold regardless of the colors, right? It'll still hold if the values are okay, shapes are okay, edges are okay, right? So it's not that important in the grand scheme of things, but to convey ideas, really, really important to convey ideas, to really understand all of these various facets. Because I feel like my painting itself, I had good fundamentals, but my paintings didn't start to improve until I started to learn much more about what colors can do. Like I felt a genuine improvement in my work right after that. Because my work was a little bit too desaturated. I was desaturated, but the design of the color was improper. My understanding of how color even worked was improper. It could just be attributed to me being a poor learner from the hardesty course, but honestly, I feel like the emphasis was a little bit lacking. A little chimp right there. Alright, so now that we've done with the little line stage, we're going to block that everything needs to go. Let's start putting in some information, shall we? So the first thing we're going to do over here is we're going to just cordon some stuff out. Because I am painting on a single layer, so I don't have the opportunity to just manipulate things on the fly. Why am I painting on a single layer? Because it forces me to think a bit more. I don't like it. I have exaggerated the pose, made it stand a little bit taller. I don't know if I'll keep it. I might keep it, might change it, but again, we're painting digitally, so we have the liberty of basically doing whatever we want. The first thing I'm going to do over here is I'm going to slightly separate my foreground characters from my background. The way I'm going to do that, I guess, I'm just going to sprinkle in some stoof. Let's sprinkle in some stuff. Let's sprinkle in some of that right there. Let's grab some lovely warm values. I don't want to just destroy my line work because I kind of need that. But in the meantime, we can just do a little bit of a few strokey strokes. Just get some separation in there. So the background currently is in this greenish location. I'm going to have to emphasize that green a bit more to get good separation. And I'll emphasize the warm. So now I'm starting to think about the colors, right? I'm thinking colors right now. So bring that warm back into the painting. Beautiful warm. Alright, and I'll bring some cool onto the stomach maybe. I can even start doing it right now because basically what I'm doing right now is I'm just swatching. I'll bring some beautiful cool blues on the chest right there. So again, just easy swatching. And of course we can start to establish a little bit towards the value scheme right now. Just casually painting this over. Nothing too problematic, nothing too scary. We're just gonna paint some really casual strokes. The guy thinks that the guy teaching painting didn't spend much time on discussion of color. Sargent was that way too, and believed that it was inborn talent and that it was just a better joy to study the colors of others. I mean, and Sargent was a good painter, but he's also allowed to be wrong a couple of times. Definitely is a learned skill. Like everything else. Also, we have a crazy opportunity, as with all paintings that we do digitally, that we do with realism in mind. Traditionally and digitally, it doesn't matter, but we have this notion of these beautiful occlusion shapes and these beautiful shadow shapes. Let's put one in right now because this is what's going to give a gold mine of information for our viewer. Well, not really information for our viewer, but it's going to save us a shit ton of time. We can just add a shadow in here, kind of arbitrarily, and it's not going to matter really because we don't have to paint the stuff in that shadow. It's going to be one connected shadow shape, and we don't care about what happens inside. You might wonder, okay, well, this is not something you do in painting. We paint everything. That's not true. Look at all your favorite paintings. I guarantee you there's at least one or two places where this happens, right? At least realism paintings, realistic painting. On splash art, for example, you might see a whole manner of things. A whole manner of things can happen on. That's a different style of painting. Splash art, not necessarily realism. Kind of lies. It's a little bit on that edge of semi-realism right there. Your splash art. You know why? Because it does HDR style painting. HDR is a whole other realm of colors and the way you delineate your shadows. I'm terrible with colors and I don't care at the moment. I'm mostly interested in value. Yeah, it's fine. I don't think you are obligated to care too much about it at this stage. Focus on what you think is important. Focus on what you are currently seem to be lacking in. One thing at a time, right? As I said to most people that start painting in my channel, most people that are painters in the channel that are learning, what we're playing right now, we're playing the game of months and years. We don't play the game of weeks and days. Because we're going to just learn art in general in a couple of weeks, so it doesn't really matter. Focus on the fundamentals. Fundamentals. Fine. Sculpture study was absolutely stunning. Sculpture study was very good. I did catch it on Instagram. Good stuff, Canvas. Just making some marks. It's really important to kind of get these initial measurements out of the way first, because you'll find that for a lot of things that you draw, For a lot of things that you draw, there are some things in that particular drawing that are going to be very crucial to get right. These are those heavy focal areas that you're going to want to spend some time to try and accomplish fairly decently. I mean, there's a lot of room for ambiguity in painting, and God bless the fact that there is, because I am not somebody who's going to be painting everything on a canvas, far from it. However, there's some areas where you just can't bullshit your way through. You have to do the painting, you have to do the mark. So everything else can be abstracted. Abstracted meaning you paint the notion of it, you don't paint it directly. But some things you do not bullshit, so be very, very careful. I'm going to put in some spots right now, not too many, but just a couple of them to get started, you know, just get the ball rolling. I don't plan on painting every single one of them, but some of them can be. How's it going, Tape Moose? Good to see you, buddy. Ben? Alright, so we're going to start hitting this with some little bit of a brighter amount of colors. I need to obviously up the notion, so I'm going to be finishing this guy a little bit earlier than this guy over here, because I do want to kind of take some colors off of him and put it off of her rather, and put it onto the little one. I'll do a little bit of initial stuff right here, which is just some simple passes, just to kind of establish, establish a little bit of the light. Let's just say any sort of brush, doesn't really matter, the edge to me doesn't matter at this moment. Maybe like a light, something like that for example. I will start to head into the realm of blue maybe, something like that might be nice. So we're painting some stuff that's really, really general. So I have no idea if any of these actual hues are going to make it into my painting, but it's generally temperature-wise it's close enough to where it's eventually going to be, that the colors are not going to matter all that much at this stage, because everything is desaturated. I care more about temperature right now than I do about color. That's one of those key things that you have to understand. If you're at all bad at color, for example, that's something that you need to understand, is that at the initial stage, just about at every stage, if the painting doesn't hold, it's mostly an issue with temperature, not the issue with the exact color. The exact colors don't really matter all that much. I mean, it matters to kind of get your point across for your painting, but it doesn't matter so much that if you get it wrong, then your painting is just donezo. PT cubes times? Oh, you want to cube up this cat? I can cube this cat up if you would like. I do like drawing geometric animals, so we could easily do that. I do not mind. There's still time to do that as well. Maybe we'll do it, I don't know. Alright, so let's make some stronger strokes right there. I'm just going to make some big old strokes right there. So I'm just establish just a space for my piece to live in. Something like that would be fine. Just a notion to where's that local value. Just be nice and loose with those strokes. Not to be too concerned. Right now, just establish that basic space. One of those fundamental things that separates intermediates from beginners and experts from intermediates is understanding just how much work you need to do at every stage. Because anything more is a big waste of time, anything less makes you have a bad product, right? So I feel like the more each and every one of us paint, the more we realize what those limitations are, especially for ourselves, because it's a subjective thing, right? Somebody asks you how long does it take to do a thumbnail. Well, that's not an easy question to answer, right? I mean, it depends on how familiar you are with thumbnailing, how you do your thumbnails in general. So not easy stuff to answer, but it's good stuff to keep in mind, though. Right there. Have you ever read the Richard Schmid book Alla Prima? It's really good. Really? I never read that. I have not read that little tome. I need to read more art books. I'm gonna go through my second. It's not even a proper reading of the Scott Robinson book. Again, I feel like every time I read that book, I'm just not in the mood. You know, I'm not in the mood, Scott. Come back later. Usually how I am when I read the Scott Robinson book. I should really give it its proper dues. That book is basically what some of the premier establishments of concept art are built on that book. So Art Center was a big one. If you guys are wondering the history of like design schools, Art Center is the big one. It was the big one at least. Still is very, very good. And from Art Center you have places like Feng Zhu. So Feng Zhu, the man, not the university. Yeah, he studied in Art Center. He studied industrial design at Art Center, so he was from there. And he taught in Art Center for a little bit. He founded his design school, and he also tutored the guy that started Brainstorm, which is the other one that everybody talks about. Everybody loves Brainstorm. Everybody has a lot of respect for that platform. So A lot of stuff kind of spawned, and all of them top with the Scott Robinson books. So very, very important. If you guys have not read that book, read it. It's important. It's one of those no-nonsense things. You gotta read it. Throwing some paint around, having some fun now. A book to be devoured without moderation. It's true. Can't really have it two ways without right there. So what is the general principle of what we're doing right now? We establish an idea of local value. We establish some general notion of temperature, and then we go back in. And we really sort of give you the true idea of what those colors are supposed to be. So this kind of comes a little bit, at least this particular ideology when it comes to painting, comes a little bit from the traditional style of painting with oils, which is you do an underpainting, first painting, second painting, right? So it comes a little bit from that kind of idea. And of course, there are a billion different ways to arrive at a conclusion with painting. No particular right way or wrong way. You get good results, that's the way you gotta be doing stuff. Just a little bit of a hint of stuff right there, just for the future. I don't want to get bogged down in any one area. I'm gonna keep moving. Just gonna take a gander. Always take ganders. Meaning you take a big zoom out and you figure out where the piece is heading. Do you like it? Do you hate it? What is it lacking a lot? What are you missing? What have you not considered in your whole grand plan for the piece? These kind of things is important. Just take a bit of a consideration. So take a step back. Yeah, as much as necessary. I wouldn't say always do it, but yeah, it's important to do it at least a couple of times. Get a couple of marks in there for that forehead situation. Again, for me right now, it's sufficient to just get something there. Just something there, some notion of paint right there. That's all I really care about. As long as I get something there, I'm actually quite fine with that area. If I have nothing there, that's a problem, but if I have something there, I can start manipulating it. So just filling up the canvas is like my primary objective at the very beginning of my piece. I care about like a vague notion of accuracy, but anything more is quite pointless with the way that I paint. So I'm not trying to just get everything finished one by one, location by location. And I don't feel like anybody should be painting that particular manner. I don't think that manner is very conducive to learning. I think develop a painting as a whole, way better. It's better for just about everybody involved. Shows a better grasp of exactly what you're doing. So just throwing in some notions, some slight little ideas right there. And of course we always have the idea, always have the ability to go back in there and strengthen the existing. We can strengthen some values. We can add some intricacy to it. So many things we can do here. A little bit around the eyes right there. I'm going to be spending a little bit of time on the face a little bit later on. For now, we can just do some little bit of notions, like for example. I go back and forth these days. Usually I have a very strict process. Now it's the time to do lights, now it's the time to do darks. But lately, because of all the traditional oil painters we've been studying, I'm gonna go back and forth with what I'm doing. Sometimes I layer it very specifically, and sometimes I just don't care. As I just do what I feel like. Because ultimately I feel like I'm fairly confident enough with my fundamentals that it's easy enough to rescue a painting. So I like to just see what's possible, what can I do, and then take note of what I just did and say, okay, well that was good for this particular reason, because everything that you do in your canvas, it has an impact. It has a certain impact on what the end result's going to look like, right? Everything is it's not free. So with that in mind, really important to just try different stuff and then see what happens, you know? Just see what happens. What is the result of particular workflows? What really happens from it? Because there's always a consequence, there needs to be. There usually is. You can't just start whatever way you like and then suddenly a painting just pops up that's exactly the same as a different technique. Usually something in there that happens. Always worth exploring, always worth some amount of thought. Okay, let's put that light in there, just really cement in that form. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, right? What's the big deal? Ultimately, we're not going to be painting this for too long, so don't take it too seriously. It'll be fun. There you go, I feel like I'm kind of digging that color space right now. Throwing a little bit more red, I feel like, in a couple of areas. But I'm slowly venturing into more and more saturation as I go on, deeper and deeper values. It really depends on, I guess, my mood in these days, about exactly how I want to approach it. Do I want to just go hard at the beginning, just really establish a strong value and then dial it back? Because there are so many ways you can go about it, right? If you had a light-dark difference, you can go very, very dark at the very beginning, and just go lighter subsequently. Or you can just go light, 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 finally put in your darks. So many ways of painting. How to use them. Raviel, how's it going? Good to see you. Let's throw in some lights really quick. There. I'm going to be using some selection tool, because let's just mix it up. Do some quick little selections here. Get a quick idea of what we're looking at. So the actual values on the animal aren't too strong. They aren't too strongly defined. So I'm gonna have to selectively start amping some of this stuff up. Hi Ravioli. Sorry, I'm done. Hi Ravioli. Your name now. I think it's going to Solmir right there. Good job, Solmir. Way to bully the chat as always. Get some darkness in here. Look how beautiful he is. I come on behalf of the stuffed pasta people? Hell yeah. Don't worry about it, Solmer. Forget about it. It's fine. There's gonna be some little break right there with value. That's gonna happen somewhere around there. I'm not entirely sure how I want to break that. And by break, I mean breaking of the form. Like forms will break based on light and dark. So for example, if I include a dark right there with silhouettes against the light, that tells me that, okay, there's a big hand in front of that darkness. So form break. You can show that with value, you can show that with color, show that with edge, you can show that with just about anything if you understand the fundamentals of it. Also want to start working into this color space a bit more. Let's throw in, let's just say a greenish blue. That's nice. Greenish blue like that. Easy enough. Put in some excessive amounts of paint, just monkey around a little bit. Right now it's just the time to just play around with your canvas. Have some fun with it. Then later on you sort of make some selective decisions and stuff. Right now things are going just fine. And if things aren't going fine, I mean, you just gotta trust yourself sometimes, you know? Trust in your process. I mean, nothing you're gonna draw is gonna be the best thing ever, right? So pressure's gonna off. Like, you think anyone of us right now going to be producing our greatest work of our lifetime right now in this particular moment? Well, no. So then don't take it too seriously. Try your best in every painting that you do. Always have the greatest amount of patience. Be very, very careful. Taking it too seriously. Don't make everything your magnum opus. Don't make anything your coup de grace. Be sensible with your expectations. Okay, I want to make some separation right now. We can do it maybe in a little bit of time, just a little bit of time from now, possible. For now, let's just throw in some speckles. I like speckles. Speckles are good for the soul and for the heart. We'll throw in some speckles. Where's my speckle brush? There it is. Let's select some areas and speckle it up. I know the constant work is what really makes a difference, but out of curiosity, as you look like you take note of everything, can you reconstruct your art journey in terms of the courses you took? Yeah, I can do that. I've done that a couple of times. Maybe we'll do that in the break though, because there's a lot to talk about. Or I can do it while I paint. I don't mind either way. Alright, so what's the first thing that I did when I started painting again, right? So when I first started painting again, I had taken about 4 to 5 years off of painting anything. And all I did was like sketchbook work basically. I did a bunch of sketchbook work. Just doodling in class and stuff like that. I was studying engineering at the time, so I did a lot of doodling, so a lot of drawing from imagination, but not too much painting. So when I got back, because of study jam, because of Twitch actually, Twitch got me back into drawing. Got back. First thing that I did was I looked up tutorials, old tutorials that I watched. So people like Mark Curley, for example. Mark Curley was an anime artist that I followed a while back. Keenan Lafferty was an artist that I followed a while back, so I looked at all the tutorials and I was like, oh well, that stuff looks kind of cool, let's look at that. And then I discovered painting, formal painting. Don't need to do it now? Well, you can do it now. Already started. But I think what really kind of got me into painting like really, really regularly, I feel like, was just first of all having friends that did it. Really, really important to me that I had other people that were doing the art with me. That was the most fun part of it. I never had that aspect in my life, having people draw stuff along with me, or being able to draw stuff with other people. That's a very, very foreign concept. Grew up in India, Grew up around doctors and engineers, never grew up around artists, so I never had no idea what that felt like. But yeah, having Twitch, having people that drew along with me, people that talked about art in a very passionate and enthusiastic manner was a big game changer. But then found channels like Proco, Cynics, Psychra, and of course Marco Bucci, James Gurney, traditional artists and digital artists alike, a lot of people like that. And I started learning from YouTube, learning as much as I could from YouTube tutorials, stuff that is freely available online. I did that for a few months. Right after that, I made the commitment to get a Schoolism subscription. And also at the same time, I was talking to a bunch of artists on Twitch, really pegging them and blaming them for, not blaming them, sorry, but really pegging them to answer my questions, really being a nuisance to them. So I got a Schoolism subscription right after that. Schoolism was a big deal to me because it was my first little taste of formal education, and I really took to it. I'm somebody that likes structure a lot. I do respond well to structure. Schoolism was a big deal to me. So in Schoolism, I took the hardest course. That's my very first course I took. I absolutely loved it. I saw very large increases in my skill because of the amount of work that I was putting in. I put in hundreds and hundreds of hours on that course. Really tried to do it the best that I could. And that's really what showed me a lot of results. And the courses subsequent to that, Nathan Fox, Craig Mullins, Daryl Whitlatch, Sam Nielsen course, all those courses were very good. Fantastic learning, really good opportunities right there. So those were fantastic. Same time, I started getting a lot of stuff on Gumroad. A lot of tutorials on Gumroad. I feel like a lot of artists put out some fantastic things. So Ahmed Alduri, Red Rutkowski, John Park, people on Twitch, for example, like Nubowitch, for example, he's a streamer on Twitch, has some great tutorials on character design, stuff like that. Was really important for me to learn. So I feel like those resources were very good to catch on. Kier, how's it going? Good to see you. And now the next little phase in my little journey here, the next little phase is the phase where I go to art school. So that's going to design school. That's going to be just a step above from everything else. So I just gradually built up over the course of a year and a half.
I can't believe you've done this.
Thanks, Kier. I appreciate that. I'm just doing a quick little painting. Somebody asked me a question about the source of information, where I got it, how I got started. So I'm just listing that out. But I can trace back literally exactly every video and every source that I had to use because I keep a good memory of things. I watch stuff all the time. But I was always very open to learning from the very beginning. I'm not somebody that likes just doing stuff to do stuff. I always want to get better. So whenever I do anything, I always I'm looking to try and get better at it. So that was a big deal to me, trying to get better. So I basically got into this game running. That was a little bit of an improper change right there. I said I was going to play around with that long arm idea before, but I'm not going to do that anymore. I'll bring it back down. I have a question about Krita. Go ahead. I use Krita quite extensively to answer your question. Well, yeah, ultimately, it doesn't really matter, like you said before. It is all about the work. I mean, I feel like somebody, let's say with like a regiment like in SGD, somebody with no training whatsoever that's never drawn before in their life could beat me, quote unquote, in less than, what, a few months maybe it will take them? If you draw 20 hours a day, I mean, it wouldn't take that long, I don't think. If you do it well, if you do it sensibly, I feel like that's very possible. So the time frame never really matters to me. It really matters on like what you're getting, how you're utilizing your time, how sensible you are about it. What are the blending brushes in Krita? I never played before. I played in it before, and I really like Krita. I just can't find the blender for some reason. Well, pause the timer for you. There are some defaults that you can use. What is this? In my paid pack. Let's look at the default brush pack. Are there any in here? The first thing that I want to just clue you into is that blending is not something that you want to be strongly thinking about. I'm not quite sure exactly how far you are along in your art journey, but thinking about shape and edge really important, much more so than anything else. So really important to consider your edge and your shape first, and then think about blending. But there are a lot of stuff like can I see some different screen maybe? There you go. A lot of things like this, for example. So, which of these are free now? Because I have a few paid packs on my Krita. I think we just hit Blender, that's perfectly fine. Okay, let's just talk about it from the very beginning, right? So, the easiest way to just blend something in, like with any brush, let's just say, depending on whether you know this or not, is just pick a brush with opacity variation. So, low opacity, so I can make it low opacity to high opacity, just using my brush. So, the way you can just blend something between each other is if I have, let's say, a blue, I have something like a red, I want to blend them together, I just pick this blue, I paint, I get the intermediate, I paint, paint. So I pick with control, I paint this, I paint this, paint this. So just pick in between, in between, in between, and eventually you're going to have a nice little smooth blend between your colors, right? So you can optically just blend stuff using any brush basically if you have any opacity variation. That's one way of doing it, right? With one singular brush. And alternatively from that, what you could do is you could just pick a really soft brush, for example. You could pick something like an airbrush. So I have an airbrush right over here. And you can just blend that way. You can just use the edge of the brush. And you can just paint like that, have a smooth transition between two colors. Again, this is because of opacity, because of transparency, basically. You have a smooth little blend between two colors. Like that. Use things like blurring, smudge engines, for example. This is a blur tool. And you just simply blur the edge, basically. You get a beautiful, smooth transition. These are all default brushes, by the way. You get a very smooth transition over there. Or you can use what's called smudge brushes, which I don't recommend for beginners. If you know what you're doing, then definitely use them. But I don't recommend them for beginners. I don't think they're very good. The basic blender, and it gives you a directional blend, so you can blend stuff directly. But again, strongly consider this. Like, I'm not saying this to kind of put anybody down, but don't resort to blending if you are new to art. It is not something that I feel like should be encouraged. I think thinking about shape will put you like years and years ahead of other people that have just spent way too much time airbrushing and blending. Like, I use airbrush, I use like smudge brushes all the time right now, but I can use them with the knowledge that I gained from not using them, basically. Very, very important. So I feel like that brush over there must be default. And if they are not default for whatever reason, then what you could do is you could look to any of these brush packs that are free. And I'm sure just about every one of these has a good blender in it. So these are all free, by the way. You can look at, what's the first one? Look at Muses. Muses has some good blenders in it. So Muses pack for Krita. I feel like that's very good. You can also look at, I feel like Concept and Illustration has some good soft brushes that can be used for blending. So Concept and Illustration. That's also a brush pack. Just Google these names with the word Krita next to them. You can download the pack for free. And if you want to pay money, I think this is the pack that I use right now very frequently. I like it a lot. It's Atelier, and I use that as well. And that has a few blenders. Well, that is there. Has some smudge brushes, but you shouldn't need them. Shouldn't need them. Like I said before, don't rely on them. And if you have any work, for example, any work that you think, oh man, if only I had a blender, I could fix this. I mean, I could show you how to fix it without a blender, if you'd like. I do paint those on the stream, so I don't mind. Just giving you a bit of a once over. But there you go. I should answer your question. Go back to a usual view here. Oh, did I restart my timer? God damn it. Oh, my timer resets when I switch screens. I think I was like something like 30 minutes in. So pretty much like 30 minutes more. Mileage is the most important thing. There's no shortcuts. Fox talks about this in his charcoal portrait book. Yeah, everybody talks about that as well. Anthony Jones talks about it a lot. Talks about the idea that, I mean, there's no shortcut in this industry. I mean, you either put in the work or you fall behind. That's just basically the industry that we're in. And he's totally right. That is genuinely the industry that we're in. Like, if you want to make a living out of this, you gotta be willing to work more than the other guy, because the jobs that we're gonna be vying for in the industry are like, what stops somebody that worked on Star Wars or Blizzard or something before to vie for the same job as us, right? Jeans, Pastel, Angevir, how's it going? Good to see you. How you doing? Go follow Angevir, fantastic artist, good friend of mine. My art buddy. We call each other bad names in DM. Talk shit about our artwork. It makes us feel good because everybody else just compliments us. Feels good, man. Good to have art, buddy. How are you doing today? This is a little bit of selection tool, just speed up this process a little bit. Always a fun thing to do. Make sure I have a read there. I want this face to cast a little bit of a shadow again. So I'm making some really general little changes right there. Just like nice little quick ones that just go around my character a bit further. Stuff like that. So again, I'm not using any blenders or anything in this case, if you're wondering. I think I said Kiera before. I think it's Krita, my bad. But I'm just using my brush for most of this. You're doing good? Good to hear. Alright, let's add some separation in here. I'm going to up the blueness of the background. What is the value of this, please? It's relatively light. We'll make it even lighter and we'll make it a bit bluer, maybe. Just to up that separation quality of the background. And we'll pick a harder brush because I don't like that edge to be exactly the same. We'll just paint this in. That. It's Kira? Okay, well, you must have... excuse my lack of common sense. Or Kira? Let's do it with Kira, I think that one's easier. Oh no, we're gonna be drawing some tribeswomen soon. I did some thumbnails earlier. Also look, it's Death Stranding Mandalorian fan art. But I want to do this silhouette over here. This quick little thumbnail is going to be fun. Anyway, I'm just separating this out of the background really quickly. It's really important to do this, by the way. I don't want my character to just blend into my background. I want to have some sort of separation in there. Just like that, easy enough. Make it a bit lively. Just throw some stuff in there, just have some fun with it. What are you working on, Ona? How was the critique? Did you have critiques yet? Of that piece? It was looking mighty fine. There you go, just some little painting here and there, and suddenly we have a nicely separated character. So I don't really care too much about following that reference. I care about getting a good painting out of it. So we make some changes, and we're not afraid of it. We don't scare easily. You and I, we're tough, right? We'll make it through this. One way or the other. Let's throw in some greens. Some fun little colors to play around with. A bit of unification. We should be alright. I want to throw in some nice hard brush strokes now, just to kind of compensate for some lack of information. Is it dropping for you guys too? Ooh, there were some drops. There's some drops in there. Grab this little over here. Grab that out really quick. There you go. Do you guys even care about the brushes that I use, by the way? I got one comment a while ago about the brushes. I feel like most people in here don't even use Krita, so I feel like it's okay, right? I feel like somebody just came in here to ask about brushes, so maybe it's a little bit different right now. Crits got cancelled, moved to tomorrow, so no idea yet. Right now just relaxing a bit, making a character for one shot. Reminder that I'm a huge nerd. Nerd! Everybody shame her for being a nerd. Everybody shame Andrew here. There you. Bren, good to see you. Go follow Bren. He's a writer. Don't have too many of those on creative. Hard worker. Got some books out there. Go check her out if you're interested. How's it going, Bren? Good to see you. Maybe it's a microphone that cuts. It's probably the stream, to be honest. I'm checking my levels. I should be audible. It is my stream, most likely. I do apologize. Internet's been a little bit spotty lately. Not something that can really help all that much. I mean, you guys can write a letter to the Indian embassy and say, give your boy James better internet. It's very possible. Good morning, nerd. There you go. Angie just comes here to be bullied. Nerds, let's unite against James. I mean, good luck. I'm the biggest nerd around. I can also speak sometimes. Not always, but sometimes. It is possible. It has been known to happen. Some tiny little variations. Like I said before, I don't care too much about getting specifics right with the colors. You'll find that as long as the temperature is relatively alright, you should be pretty gravy. You should be pretty alright. Just get that temperature right and you should be fairly okay. That should be your primary concern. the temperature, and then everything else should just fall into place. Should being the operative word. I'm not a nerd, so you're a closet nerd. Can you stop bullying my chat, Andrew? Alright? It's not your stream, right? It's not your stream to just bully everybody. I have just about enough of you. Poor Solmir. Also the time to make some slight little changes. People have so many different processes when arriving at a conclusion on a canvas, so yeah, just pick the one that really works for you, really speaks to you, etc., etc. Some hippie shit in between. But really, it is that it's that ambiguous. I mean, people will have dramatic different ways to arrive at a conclusion on a canvas. You just gotta pick the one that really speaks to you, one that makes sense. And even once you're happy with the particular manner in which you arrive at a conclusion, don't just sit there and think your life is over, because you want to be learning several ways. What really annoys me sometimes is people say, "Oh, well, you know, this is my process," and I'm like, "Well, okay, but what about your other processes? You know, do you have any other ways of getting to a conclusion?" And if the answer is no, then I mean, I don't think that's a very good thing. You gotta have multiple ways of arriving at a conclusion. Really, really important, because everything that you do has a consequence. Otherwise, your work tends to look a little bit same. Not that there's a problem with that, particularly depending on what you're doing. However, you are going to be a professional in the industry, and they want you to do something very particular. Maybe that certain something can be accomplished a bit more effectively in a different style, a different workflow, right? You have this all the time, right? You have requirements all the time. Look at that cutie little face right there. So beautiful. Anyway, let's do some selections quickly. Get that read going. We're gonna get a better read going on that face. Also, a bit of a side comment about drawing in general. If your drawing looks like crap, like you really don't like what you're doing, don't give in. You know, don't give in too easily. You gotta fight that urge sometimes. It can easily happen. You can lose confidence. I can't tell you the number of times. It's not happening right now, but it does happen all the time. That you're in the middle of a piece and suddenly you feel like, oh, this is not going to go anywhere. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I don't want to do this piece anymore. So it's like when you're in the middle of a run, for example. Hit that, what do they call it? The runner's wall? Hit that wall in between. I don't run, I bike. But yeah, just gotta push through sometimes. Usually, if you don't get a good piece out of it, you at least learn something out of it. The end goal with everything, right? Like I said before, nothing we accomplish right now with our time is going to be your magnum opus. If you ever hope, if improvement is your goal right now, I mean, nothing you're going to do is going to be better than something you're going to do later, because you're going to be better later because you're going to be improving, right? So don't take too much stake into what's happening right now. Just give yourself a little bit of a break. Understand why we're doing this. It seems that you don't mind answering the same question if that's helping people, but it could post the courses you did somewhere. I could stop bothering you with that question constantly and just revert to that. It could do. Write-up takes time, which I usually am not willing to spend, but I will probably do that. Yeah, I get the question fairly often. So I feel like that's a good point to make. I will take that into consideration. Hola, John, how's it going? I had a feeling all the time when I'm drawing in digital. That's just discomfort. That's just discomfort. That's just the ugly face of discomfort rearing up to say hi to you. Don't give in though. Don't give in to those kind of feelings. Just find your motivation to kind of push through. You know what my motivation is? I say this all the time, but whenever I am in the middle of a piece and I feel like, it's not going anywhere, I can't do anything with this. And I think about the fact that there's probably somebody else drawing a similar piece in a similar art journey next to mine, and is probably going to vie for a similar job at some point. And because he finished more pieces than I did, he's going to get the job because he's better than me. And I don't want that to happen. But I just push forward through just about everything that I ever work on. Push forward, because I can't let that guy win. That guy's an asshole. He doesn't deserve to win. I put the work in, so I merit that. And you gotta earn your place, right? So you earn the place. Putting in the work. I want to do a very, very quick line pass on this. because I want to slightly highlight some areas that I think are important. Let's do some trickery right there. James making a competition. Dude, my mom does this. She's the absolute worst with this. I was going to work one day and I heard her muttering to herself underneath her breath. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, who are you talking to? There's nobody here. And she said, you know, what I do before I get to work is I'll have arguments with people in my head that I don't even have a problem with right now. So when I do have an argument, I'd have some really good shit to say to them. I'm like, oh my god, you are fucking nuts, and it makes a lot of sense about the fact that you're my mother. But just having a fake argument with somebody, just straight up, and she was just getting really mad and into it. People are nuts out there, man. Inspire me to take your job? You can try. You can try, but I guarantee I'm gonna give it to you without a fight. Stuff needs to be a slog, you know? Like anything worthwhile is gonna be a slog. The nature of the game sometimes. What can I do? But yeah, that's my story about making up competition. It's a genuine thing that people do tend to do. Ray, he will fight with his pencils. I will fight in the shade. I'm gonna get into detailing just in a second. I just want to throw in some addition right here. Did you know that Michael Fassbender was in 300? I had no idea. Gotta practice to be good at stuff. That's a 5-head strategy. Practice makes you good? What? I was not informed of this. But you gotta put the time in. You're willing to put that time in. No, not quite. What over here? And there you are. Where I want you to be. I very seldom do multiple passes, when I make a change to the painting. I kind of just make a couple of them, 2 or 3, and then I just keep moving. One of the most important things in that kind of idea there, one of the most important things, is the idea that it's way easier to make a very conclusive, educated conclusion. Did I say conclusive conclusion there? A very good appraisal of your painting. When everything's started with paint, when there's a lot of information everywhere, it's easier to make this very acute observation of what's happening. When it's not easy? It's not easy when there's fucking nothing on the canvas. That's when it's not easy. So fill the canvas up, and it's a very underrated tip for art. But if you can, be lucid while you're filling up the canvas, do so. Do so every single time. Do not waste time on just doing nothing. Just like working on this one corner of the painting. Just fill it up. Fill that stuff up and let everything else be your best assumption, and then make your verification. See, Brent's a writer, and I think you'd probably be able to relate to this a little bit, but it's like you don't just focus on the introduction to your story until the end of time. Like you're gonna just you mark out a rough outline of where everything is gonna go, and then you just continue writing, I'm assuming, right? That just seems like a good practice for everything. You gotta know where you gotta go. Then you go. Look at his little poofy face. He's so adorable. Love him already. The 300 thing is like if you take and look at the cast of Band of Brothers, every actor in Hollywood was in it. Band of Brothers was a very good show. Extremely. Big fan of it. Just playing around a little bit on this mouth here. It's got a beautiful mouth. Such a cutie. Make an incredibly detailed outline in advance and still end up discovering new things with writing. Can't get too hung up on any part. You can always edit later. There you go. That big picture first. Big picture first. Now look at him. Or her, rather. Go again, being a chauvinist. Alright. Let's just slightly sprinkle some value on here. Oh no, what's the D&D character that you're doing? Always excited about D&D characters. Some of the only paintings in the last 5 years were of D&D characters. Run with a campaign a while ago, hosted by one of my friends. It was a good time, and then we all stopped talking to each other, which is pretty bad. But I'm talking to some of them recently. With them after stream, it's been fun. Before elves again, Ona and her elves, man. She only do elves. I know, what a one-trick pony she is. And concept artist, more like elf artist. Look, Raviel's gonna spit some truth right now. You had one shot. Alright. I think that's enough detail for your boy right there. Let's throw in some whiskers. You know, a smarter man, a better man than me would do these whiskers on a different layer. I do not profess to be a smarter man. I am dumb as they come, so we're gonna just put it in the same layer. So bam, right there. It looked like shit. Unfortunately, we can't change that. We just gotta deal with stuff as it comes, you know? Really embracing the idea that, you know, I don't think I'm gonna be a good artist today. I'm just gonna do whatever I want. I'm gonna let this canvas own me. I own this canvas. I am the boss. Don't elf shame just because they are the bestest. Elves are the bestest? It hurts, man. You cut deep. Listen, right? At least you're good at elves. So why don't you just take that as a consolation point? Thank you, kitty. Thank you, here. What have you been working on, by the way, lately? I've seen some brushwork stuff. Anything you want me to look at? Because we're about maybe 15 minutes away from completing painting. I don't need to look at anything. I'm gonna do a crit in between, but I only have one lined up right now, so welcome to pop in. I had a Chris here, by the way, so if anybody's lurking in the chat and you want me to take a look at something, always happy to. Big fan of doing crit. You can do an ugly orc from time to time. Yeah, I need something to relate to, Anjavir. You do ugly things for a change. Do people expect me to paint these spots, by the way? Because I'm not going to. I refuse. I solemnly refuse to paint these spots. It's just not going to happen, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. It's not going to happen. That's for better people than me. I don't claim to be better than I am, so there's no spots going to happen. There'll be some noise, don't get me wrong. Some noise. There'll be some speckles. There's not going to be hand-painted dots to this entire picture. I won't let you make me. I refuse. Shapes are important, man. You know what's good with shapes? A line decker. Line decker is good to study for shapes. Even Rockwell to a certain extent, though I do know that Rockwell, some people don't like their work. Who was it that hated their work? It was Erica. It was Erica from Ashley's chat. Erica with a K. Who does not like Rockwell? Why me and her are enemies now. Don't let yourself be pressured by Solmer. Don't let yourself be peer pressured. Anjavir is a strong, independent artist, and she does non-elf characters. Still live master studies. I can look at him. Oh, you did. Oh, this is turning into such a cutie. I love him. Joking. Hope you're having a fun, relaxing time. He's just saying he's joking, Anjavir. He believed every word that he said. He told me. He told me in the darkest reaches of our conversation history. He told me that he said, I'm going to tell the truth to Ona today. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, but that's how it goes sometimes, you know, just be like that. Let's throw in some little marks, just to like show our intelligence. This is an intelligence showing mark. Yep. Not necessary, you're just doing it because, you know, one day you want to be smarter than you are. Thank you on my Insta. The last 5 posts have been shaped for. Could you, by chance, download one of those for me? Otherwise, I'm gonna have to snippy snip for on your Instagram, and always leaves me with a bad feeling. I must. Just whichever one you want me to look at. Let's go with that. Oh my god, I'm painting spots. This is the worst feeling in the world. I hate painting spots. We'll just paint a couple, you know, maybe a couple more. Conspiracies all around. Spots are killing me, schmalls. Alright, you know what's gonna happen right now? New layer, and I'm gonna draw generic spots. I'm gonna draw spots right over here. So this is my generic spots, and now we're gonna use the power of movie magic. We're gonna just transfer these spots wherever they need to go. Go here, and up there, please. And then you can go here as well. There you go. I didn't even bother rotating them. That's what a smarter man would do. No rotation, only paint. I just want something there, you know? I just want something. Hold on, drone. How's it going, man? Weren't you in here just a little bit of a moment ago? Second hello. But you can get two hellos. If that's how it be, then I will accept you. Everybody's gonna have their quirks, right? So here's the trick to making these spots believable. First and foremost, don't do what I did. Second most important thing is make every occasional one kind of darker. A little bit darker here and there depending on how the light catches. It's pretty important, just to kind of separate them out. And these actually follow a pattern. They're not entirely random. They're not random spots. They do follow a little bit of pattern. Fourth is follow the actual musculature, right? So this is going to follow the musculature a little bit. Don't make the spot, the flat of the spot, kind of betray the form. Easier if it's smaller. If it's larger, pay more attention to it. That's all you have to know. So go out and draw a cheetah right now. Draw a cheetah and show it to me. Okay, well there you go. Going pretty alright. Why is it so awfully light down there? Why light? Let's just make you light then. If you're gonna be light, you're gonna be light. I mean, let's just can't argue about it, right? It's like when you're talking to somebody that's upset. I mean, even if they're upset and they're unreasonable about, you know, they're angry about something that they shouldn't be upset about. You don't say, I mean, you're being unreasonable. You say, I hope you're gonna be okay. You're trying to console them. That's just what a good person does. Never be in that position. Because yeah, if you haven't, then me neither. Let's just separate this little rest right here. There's always a very cool area to kind of problem solve. So many beautiful muscles. I drew them on the same layer I painted the fur, or the little spots. Braver man than I. We're willing to spend more time on a painting than I am. I like to do these ones quickly. I want to get it out there, you know? Just get it out there. No two ways about it. Just slam it in there. You take your time, by the way. I do my paintings on stream for time, just because I'm comfortable painting. I don't really care too much about the result, because I'm usually focusing on something very specific while I'm doing every painting. Like for this painting, for example, I'm focusing on something that I've ordered in my process. The way I structured my process is what I care about right now. So basically, I've already tested that, made some conclusions, and I'm done. So right now it's just finishing the painting for the time that I have left. That's all I care about. But like this painting has already been a success for me, based on my own criterion. I feel like that's how it needs to be for most people, right? Have an idea. What are you trying to learn with whatever you're doing? Like, what is the intention behind your actions, behind your efforts? And sort of gauge yourself based on that. I feel like it's a much easier, much more sensible metric than, for example, gauging yourself by just how good you are in general. I feel like that's a really toxic metric to consider. Like, for instance, if you are going to the gym on a regular basis, you don't just judge yourself by how good you look in the mirror, because you're never going to be satisfied. So you kind of build based on a solid metric. Think about the weight you've lost. Think about the weight you can lift. Think about the miles you got. Think about the speed at which you got those miles. Sensible metrics give you goals. That's what I really preach. It's a good idea. Consider doing it. They're all just sensible tactics that you have to kind of employ so that you're in this game long enough. Because if you do this long enough, you're going to be good at it. Maybe I shouldn't say that. If you do this long enough and you do it sensibly, you're going to be good at it. So one of the biggest and most important things is to just keep you in this game long enough for that to happen. Notice the wee little cheetah under the mama cheetah? Where? Alright, I'm gonna quick here. Throw this in here. Just some noise. Oh Jesus Christ, not like that. Not like this. Here. There's two little ones, right? There's two? No, there's not. You a liar. A liar and a fiend and a scoundrel. God bless these noise brushes, by the way. They're really fun to use. There's two? What? Am I blind? Where's the second one? Wait, we gotta pause the timer. We have a situation on our hands. Where's the second cub? Am I just not seeing it? Excuse me? What are you guys talking about? In between her legs feeding? Maybe it's just the butt of the cub under there? What are you guys talking about? This cub's like this. This sounds like is this like one of those optical illusions or something? The stealth kitty in there? Oh, you fucking trolls. Insubordinate. Insubordinate and churlish. I will not tolerate this behavior. Bring this guy. Let's just transplant him closer to his mum. Look at how pretty she is though. She's so pretty. Wrecked. I don't know if that's a wrecked move. I don't think that qualifies as wrecked, but it's pretty, it's a goddamn for sure. It's not me, it's Angevir that bent my point of view. But from my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Sure, blame your master, Angevir. It is you that turned away from the light, Solmir Magnus. It is you that betrayed us. You were the chosen one. Look at how pretty Mama is. She's so pretty. Love cats. Love big cats. Small cats, I'm not gonna give my opinion because it's gonna piss off a lot of people in chat. But big cats, I think everybody can agree they're pretty fucking awesome. Your blame, and you can put it on whoever you want. I will take the blame, James. I got James bamboozled in the end, so to win, is your idea of winning just disrupting my stream? Because honestly, I'm quite hurt by this. Quite hurt by your nefarious deeds. Like I don't deserve this treatment. Earn the right to stand among you as equals. I'm playing an RPG Star Wars Edge of Empire, and our campaign is during the Clone Wars. My character is very unhappy with the Jedi. A bunch of ancient creed-mongering fools, I say. You hide behind your idea of peace and justice. Antiquated ideas of how the galaxy should be run. The first sign of trouble. Swords blazing out, no sense of peace. Blame the dark side is clouding your judgment. Nay, I say. I feel like having an anti-Jedi sentiment would be okay. The timer, James? Okay, whatever. They're so pious and full of themselves. They don't understand true emotions. They're no better than droids. They're no better than droids. A bunch of suck up, half-witted, scruffy-looking nerf hunters. But I think that the opening line for Star Wars: The Old Republic kind of sums it up really well for me. It's like, you thought no force could challenge you. That's like, it's so fucking epic. Look at cinematic that was. The game was supposed to be okay as well. But what you're saying is that you're Sith. Well, not saying that, no. You know, something that's the Jedi wouldn't tell you what I just told you. Huh? The dark side of the Force, home to many things, what some might consider unnatural. No, she's actually Force sensitive, but might become a Sith Queen later. Hell yeah. Yes, Sith Queen. Like a Dathomiri Night Sister. I can get behind that. Night Sisters are excellent characters. I don't know about the new ones, but the old ones in the books, those Night Sisters were awesome. Night Sisters of Dathomir that used to ride the Rancors. That shit was so good. I had a lot of fun. Lots of fun thinking about painting them, and other thoughts. Always had a very, very good lore. Dark Force User was masquerading as her husband, and now she has 2 children by him, and now she's out to murder him for ruining his home. And God, he's out for that. She's out for that child support payment. Ever heard the tragedy of Dot plague yes the wise? Where the Jedi would have told me. Okay, now somebody needs to give me the impression of Palpatine doing the spinning move. He does that "oh" sound when he does a spin. It's it's one of the greatest sound effects in the original trilogy. Oh shit. Speaking of sound effects, Inner Glow, thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate you, buddy. With him. Thanks, Glow. Appreciate you, buddy. That's beautiful. Hey, Glow. How's it going, buddy? Mia Bromek. I fucked up your name there. How's it going, buddy? Good to see you. How's it doing? How's the wife? How's the children? How's the kids? How's the dog? How's the hamster? Give me the stories. You're back a moment, alright. They pay you money and then they leave you. Never come back. It's alright. I can take it. See you in a bit, Elmer. Inner Glow. Wait, Inner Glow's leaving. See you in a bit, Inner Glow. Sorry, I get him wrong all the time. Breaking my heart. You know the worst line in the original trilogy? Not the original, the new one. It's when the droid said, she has lost the will to live. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, just slap some robot arms on her or something, you know? What do you mean lost the will to live? What is this, the fucking medieval ages? Like, are you kidding me? People can get their fucking bodies chopped off and she lost the will to live? Give me a break. She's an important senator as well. Like, it makes sense to keep her alive. Come on, Lucas. What you gonna do that to us? Answer's working overtime to keep my electricity running. But thanks for asking how you did. Doing alright, dude. Right, my friend. Just getting some quick little painting out of the way. I'm gonna do some crits right after. I need to stop so quickly. Crits right after. And then do some sketching, probably. I have planned for the evening. That's tonight's entertainment. It is good to see you, though. Truly. Like you're one of the only people that understands me these days. Look, it was a romantic move. Dying is not a romantic move, alright? Alright, Romeo? Dying ain't romantic. That's a bitch move. You don't just go, guess I'll die after your partner got turned into like an evil samurai with a gimp suit on. Like we don't do those little changes. I don't feel like that's good writing. I am? I mean I am. There you go. Die from grief. Hell no. Not accepted. It was a narrative cop-out to be sure, but I've seen it happen once. Took months rather than minutes, hours though. There you go. Broken heart. It's a severe thing. Let's not downplay it. Tristan and Soul Day? What does that even mean? Is that from Twilight? Is that from Welcome to the Nightmare or whatever, the furry novel? Speaking Greek to me right now. It'd be like, you heathen. You have not heard about this classic work of art? Probably not. Probably not. Gotta remember who you're talking to. I mean, I've read a lot of books, don't get me wrong. But it's just the books that are available. Any bit older than Twilight? I probably gathered. Twilight of the old. Ah, it's old Twilight. Okay, boomer. You should have just said old Twilight, Raviel. Come on, man. I would have gotten it instantly. So obvious. It's one of the oldest romance stories that were made Middle Ages? Well, I'm not from the Middle Ages, or am I supposed to know? Yeah, I kind of gathered that. Scenes of your Reddit? Not yet, anyway. It's true, not yet. There's always a time for it. Always a time and place. Very possible. Alright, so one of the nice things we can do right now is we have a lot of stuff. We have a lot of stuff in the canvas, and now one of the best things about having stuff is that stuff can be placed differently. So I can just grab stuff from the other stuff and then put it in the stuff that I want to put the stuff in. And I can solve the painting that way. So something like this was one of the worst things I've ever said. Legitimately, some of the worst sentences, right? So I can grab the dark from the eyes, I can put the dark right here. Things like that. I don't have to look at my my color palette too much. I can just directly start grabbing paint. It's a very roundabout way to say color picking. No, it is not. You're a roundabout person. Red smells. There. How do you feel now? Gonna have a challenge me again. Alright, so we're gonna quickly grab some. We're gonna quickly color pick, as I was saying. I am, but one does not negate the other. It's true, but I feel better now. Getting that out there. Is the Big Bang Theory still running, by the way? I'm gonna be kind of upset if it is. Not very, mind you. I don't rule my life through hate. Just kind of upset. Also, The Mandalorian. I feel like the Game of Thrones people are slightly shifting towards that show. I like the grit of it. No, it's over? Oh, I'm actually kind of. But I feel like a lot of Game of Thrones people are shifting over to that Mandalorian show. Or are digging it. And for good reason, I feel like. It's a decent show. Not crazy good, but not bad at all. Pretty goddamn great for the whole world building aspect. I feel like it's been done really, really well. I feel like I'm in the world of Star Wars again for the first time in years and years and years and years. Just do not have that feeling. We're gonna have to make this cooler, by the way. I want to have a warm, cool balance. Lighting is warm. I want to have some coolness in the shadows just to balance it out. Something like that, maybe. Just relative coolness, not too much. Something like that, I think is. So the idea is that it gives you a new dynamic to work with in the piece. You don't want everything to be very one-dimensional. And when we talk about dimensionality in a piece in general, there's so many things you can add to it. Like push it into different directions. You can add more colors, add more values, add more shapes. Add more interesting elements in the composition. Add more compositional, or remove elements from the composition. Change the shape language. There's so many things you can do. It's just, and I use this word often when I'm doing a crit because people sometimes miss on these opportunities, and the painting suffers for it. Like the values are too homogeneous, the colors are too homogeneous, the composition is too weak. So these are things that you can start to play around with. So this one in particular is just a good notion of color contrast, right? Having nice little colors in it. It's a fun little thing to play around with. There. The back leg. Alright. Grab some more colors off of this dude over here. Or this all over here. I'm just gonna paint a couple of general marks here. I always want to be a bit ambiguous when I do this. I don't want to get bogged down into specifics. Stay loose, stay fluid for as long as possible, and really tighten up in those areas that really require you to do so. Because on everything, there's going to be certain areas that you can't really mess up too much. Also depends on what you're drawing as well. There are levels of difficulty when it comes to subject matter in art. Right? Some things are just legitimately easier than other things because it depends on how familiar you are with your subject. And some things everybody is familiar with. Everybody knows what a face looks like. Everybody knows what hands look like. Some things are just very familiar to people. Sometimes those things are very intricate and they're also familiar, and those are the worst things in the world to draw. Hands being the prime example. They're complex shapes that we are all familiar with, so we can't get them wrong very easily because everybody and their mother's going to know about it. So little things like that is what dictates the amount of difficulty that's going to be encountered. Just how familiar people are. So people are familiar looking at dogs and cats, for example, which is why drawing the faces of dogs and cats is sometimes a problem. However, like a rhinoceros, And this is planned for Feng Zhu, so Feng Zhu showed this on one of his stream. Like, you can move the eye of a rhinoceros by several inches and nobody's gonna like be able to tell the difference because we don't see that kind of animal on a daily basis. Level of encounter difficulty. A lot to do with just how well that particular subject is known among people in general. There you go, Mia. But something to consider. So whenever you're trying to learn something new, when you're trying to learn fundamentals or whatever, and you want to pick something easy, well, now you're gonna know what to pick because you don't pick the stuff that is super unfamiliar. Well, super unfamiliar to you, but familiar to other people, for example. Pick something that is fairly ambiguous, right? Like coral or tree branches, weird shaped animals with fantastic crests, or like strange birds, for example. In the video about sketching the progression, yeah, there you go. That is indeed the video that I think I learned that from. Good video as well. I've been watching a lot of things lately. That is the school I'm applying to currently. Finish my entry test. I have an interview on Thursday. See how it goes. I'm excited. I do quite well in interviews. So I'm not particularly worried about it. I'm worried about whether or not my quality of work is good enough. Or whether my ideas are good enough. They don't care too much about just how well you can draw and paint. They do care about your ideas though. So I don't know. Nobody's ever critiqued my ideas before. I've heard it's quite an insane workload. Yes, indeed. So for me, you know, a good day of painting is about 10 hours, I would say. So 10 hours of painting a day, and they require, what do they require? Nobody in that school is ever going to tell you something like, oh, well, you need to work an additional 5 hours on top of your 15 hours per day. Nobody's going to say anything like that to you. However, the students there are going to be doing it. And if you don't want to fall behind in your classroom, you're going to want to be doing it too. So with that in mind, it is a very harsh workload. But at the end of it, if you do your job well, if you do the work that they require you to do in that year, your chance of being employed is so tremendously high. Especially for when you consider just how low the chances are of being a professional artist are. It is so high. So that's basically my end goal. I want to get hired. I want to do this for a living. I want to do this professionally. I want to create stuff. So that has always been my end goal from the very first time that I started painting again. And this will be my way of doing it. So bring it on, I'd say. Going from 10 to 15 or 20s might be, it's going to be a problem, but I will have it easier than people that don't do at least 10 already, so I feel like I'll be able to compete. But we'll see, right? Nobody truly knows until it actually happens. One cannot truly know. But I am definitely excited. I always crave to be better. It's going to give me a good chance to be better. We'll see if I can cope up. Look at this little fella coming to life. So cute. That ridge in between their eyes, it's actually on the skull. Skull's got that ridge. That's from bone. But yeah, I feel like my submission for the test was quite successful. So hopefully they are impressed with that. I don't think my portfolio submission was very strong at all. I think my design portfolio is quite lacking, at least the one that I gave them. So unfortunately, I'm not going to make too much points up with that. But I think I have a decent shot. The acceptance rates are supposed to be fairly forgiving. We will see. It'll be very exciting. Singapore is not that far away from where I live in India, so travel is not going to be too much of a problem. And I mean, I was gearing up to get into art center. So I think the cost at least is a lot better than outside, which is why I'm not going to be attending art centers. I need to work my resilience back to 10 to 12 to be honest. I've been slacking. I can get 6 to 7 digital per day. I feel like it's way easier for me right now if I just take breaks every like hour and a half. I keep a timer running and then every hour and a half or so I keep like a scheduled break for like 5-10 minutes, just do some pull-ups, like just read a book or something, or a few lines of a book. Just take my eyes off the screen. I feel like my longevity is way harder. Hey, cheers, man. Is the interview happening in the weekend? It's happening on Thursday, Andrew. Thursday via Skype. It's going to be for 45 minutes, and I should have a very good idea if I'm going to be accepted at the end of those 45 minutes. I have a good idea of what to expect already, of what things they're going to ask me. Now it's just a matter of just going through with it. So finding the right track, and once you're there, on your way there, you're inspiring other people to do so as well. Well, I hope so. I don't really want to give up streaming, you know. I might have to, but I don't want to. So I'll try my best to keep streaming while I'm there. See how it goes. Like obviously, I'm going to be streaming my homework and stuff like that. I'm not going to be streaming like regular stuff. But yeah, I also want to be active. I just stream homework. Yeah, so it's probably going to be that, if that. I don't really like streaming design. I just feel like it's awkward, but I can get over it, you know? It's like anything. Get more comfortable with it. You definitely might have to if my sources are to be believed. Hate to break it to you. I don't think I have to. I feel like with the way that I work, with how comfortable I am at streaming, how I'm so work focused, I think I could probably manage my usual hours. But I probably won't be as regular. Maybe less streams per week. But just streaming homework, I feel like is a fine thing to do, especially if I'm just doing like cleanup, for example. I feel like cleanup is something I can easily stream. Just cleaning up like line work or render. I feel like that can be done quite confidently on stream. But we shall see, right? Ultimately, my major goal is employability. So if I had to give up streaming for like a year, I don't really care too much. I do care a lot about like quality of my stream and what I present to people, of course. But it's a question of priority, right? People here will understand that. Break for a while. Angiver can take up my role as study streamer, as a resident study streamer on Twitch. Besides Maddie, that is. Take my energy, Angiver. Be what I could not be. Rise to the heights that I could never reach. But yeah, I'm very, very excited. The workload is what people always talk to me about, but I'm not really that afraid of it, to be honest. I've been the one to shy away from doing work. And I feel like being somebody that's been through engineering school and graduated, I feel like probably going to do better than people that haven't done formal, like very deadline-based education before. I'm done with digital for today. I'm gonna work on some comic pages. Cool, man. I don't really do study streams before. Not yet, you don't. You're going to. I'll force you to. I'll give you a sob story. Say like, oh, Angiver, that's all I wanted to do was to stream study streams, and now I can't do that, and I'm really sad. You know what would make me feel better? Is like, could you please do it for me? Could you please take up the mantle? And I'll give you this crazy sob story. Force you to do it. Guilt trip you. Spell, how's it going, man? Good to see you. We'll do your crit. Just a minute. I'm taking my sweet time with this painting, by the way. You shouldn't be doing that. You should be doing this much quicker. But hey, I'm just talking. And right now, these streams particularly, the streams to get me back into streaming in general. So I'm just kind of easing my way into it. Go. I'm gonna do some sketching right after, actually. Some sketching after that. I need to finish that character sheet for my Masai warrior. That I might cannibalize this particular piece to finish that piece. That the concept for that is over here. What's what I'm going to be using. But this is just thumbnail, so I need to bring it into silhouette. This is going to be fun. Sketching, I think, is well, to be fair, I always prefer thumbnailing. Asai, what's that for? CDC? Nah, it's just for personal project. I'm trying to do a design a day, and some of them I bring to stream. I always want to be thinking a little bit about design every single day because it's not going to serve. Before I was just building portfolio stuff, but now that my submissions are all over, I'm just working towards just doing daily designs. Something to keep myself occupied. I don't want to just stop doing design work, just keep doing illustration, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, Fengzu school. It seems like a bad idea. Same thing for like my hours per day. Like I'm slowly increasing my hours per day because I think it's a really dumb idea to just go there and say, okay, time to add 5 hours onto my schedule randomly. So I'm going to build up to all of it to make sure I have the best possible chance. Working on illustration portfolio, cool. I hope you get in. Illustration looks very good. I have no idea what the track is for illustration though. Like I have no idea what to look for, or like what the possibilities are for this. But you got him handled. You're a capable guy. You're a big guy. You can handle it. Or you. Does I like your work? If you guys do not know Mia, by the way, go follow his Instagram. Very skilled artist. High level guy. Check him out. Gotta shout out the high level people in there because we got so many artists in here. Look to people that are capable. Questions, thoughts, concerns, critiques, life advice, etc. Could have shout them out. Depends on what you're doing, but the advice I received was to do it as a project. If you want to do book covers, do actual book covers, pick some public domain stuff for that. Make some sort of sense. So some of the best advice I've gotten for concept is that you need to, like, don't build an IP or something because people build IPs way too frequently and way too soon in their careers. But like Fengzu, for example, what he says is that just pick something really popular, not popular in the traditional sense, like pick something like a book, for example, or a myth, and you problem solve for that myth. You bring it into realism, you bring it into like some sort of production value painting. So bring it into like an illustration or bring it into a production painting. So you pick something that exists already and then you try and add that sense of realism to it. And I think that's a very good idea to do. Just because ideas flow really quickly and it demonstrates an ability to just take an idea and bring it up to a professional level that companies can use. And the more believable, the better, I feel like. At least for concept, that is. So give an example, like take an old myth, for example, or an old book, for example. Take like what's that? The 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and like draw what the ship looks like from that. Design the ships. What does a Nautilus look like in a modern setting? And who knows? I mean, it's very common for movies to be remade these days, right? HD remakes, all the craze. In video games and for movies, they have remade versions of like animated films in 3D. So all of that work can go somewhere. I gave the story yesterday on Twitch about what's his name, Arvalis, right? RJ Palmer and his journey. He just drew realistic Pokemon for fun when he was in art school, and then he gets hired for Detective Pikachu. So it's kind of stuff that happens. Really important to do, and keep it grounded so the paintings are actually usable by people. I feel like that's my big mistake so far. It's like whatever I have done, I feel like it's not super usable. My project after this, actually, something more historical. Get some use out of the history degree. Dude, definitely should do that. I get a lot of use out of my my engineering degree, actually, by designing stuff that actually makes sense electronically. So it gives me the edge, right? You gotta use what you know. A very popular critique I hear about portfolios is that everything is so derivative, and the people get they don't understand like who you are as a person, like what are your ideas, because your portfolio becomes like a fan art of somebody else's portfolio instead of being its own thing. So that's something that people actively try to think about, like what is it that makes you you, and what are the things that you can do that nobody else can do. I've been really thinking about that recently. What makes me separate from other people? But what can give me potentially an edge? That's a worthwhile question, right? Everybody has their own experiences, has their own little corner of this world they've carved out for themselves. I feel like all of us can tell stories that are engaging. I'm gonna figure out what that is. Does your engineering come handy with concept art? Depends on what I'm doing, particularly. Like drawing robots, for example, is good because I already have, like, I've designed and built robots, so it's kind of useful knowing what the parts are supposed to be. And whenever there's like an electronic component, for example, it's been really useful because I already know like how to search for schematics, for example. I know what the parts are supposed to look like, I know what they do, so justification's easier, but in general, not that much. I feel like all the stuff that I know can be learned quite quickly because it's all surface level, right? Plus, given that you got a background in engineering, might do well in mechs and vehicles. Not so much because it was electronic and not automotive, but at least it gives me a bit of a head start. Wearing an Adidas tracksuit, so who am I to not stereotype people? Tripaluski. Tripaluski. Do mechs with engineering? Yeah, dude, let me tell you, my first mech designs were so fucking horrible because I had a very bad time with figuring out joints because I had never paid attention to it. One of the things that you'll realize very quickly when it becomes your turn to design something as opposed to just illustrate something from a reference is that you can look at something every day of your life but never know how to draw it unless you pay attention to it, right? There's a difference between seeing and looking, right? You can look at a lot of things, but how many things have you actually analyzed to a high degree where you can break it down and then reconstruct it on your own canvas? Fish, how's it going, man? So there's not that many things, right? If you think about it, like, what does a horse look like? If you say, what does a horse look like, what are you gonna draw? Right, like you just take a piece of paper and draw a horse. Like, what's your idea of a horse? I mean, we've looked at horses, right? We know what a horse looks like. I mean, do we really though? Do you know how it connects? You know how it moves? Maybe not, right? So even though I've worked with so many mechs before, I've worked with so many like bots before, right? Built so many bots, worked with bots. Like my knowledge of like the actual moving parts was so lacking because I was not a mechanical engineer, so I never studied parts in school, so I never cared about them. I was like, okay, this is the actuator. Okay, who cares? You know, whatever can go into it. So when it came down to designing robotic parts, I really suffered. So yeah, just keep an open mind. Probably gonna have to relearn or jog your memory at least a couple of times, but at the end of the day, it's all learnable. And things will only give you a head start, right? But definitely keep your eyes open. But what really helps is that people play a lot of video games these days. People that go into concept, for example. Yeah, they usually read a lot of books. They get into lores, for instance, and that's a very good thing for ideas. A lot of my ideas come based on like lores I read, for example. It's like an idea is a principle is taken and then expanded upon. And a lot of lore is derivative as well, should be pointed out. Like, for example, the entirety of the StarCraft lore is so similar to Warhammer, it's not even funny. Didn't realize that that huge of a nerd you are today. I'm an engineer. So. And the day you talked about Star Wars too, I know a lot about Star Wars. I was a big fan today. And the Mandalorian is winning me back a little bit. Can't lie about that. So, pretty good. Isn't the case with SC more that they want it to be an adaptation? But that is actually the case. That is correct. That is correct. They didn't get the license. Actually, I forgot about that. But yeah, people might, like, getting into concept art might have this idea, which is a bit misguided. But they're like, I want to make the most original thing ever, so therefore I'm going to not use any reference from the real world. I'm not going to use anything from the real world at all. I'm just going to make something up and people are going to like it. Well, not really, because people don't particularly know what they like and dislike as well as they think they do. So most of the time people like the familiar. If you want something that's going to be mass marketed, it needs to be fairly familiar. Think about anything that's really popular that you've seen in media. I mean, what are the really weird ones? Were they really popular? Like, was The Clockwork Orange a great hit? When it came out, did it really blow away people in theaters? Was Blade Runner a huge hit or a huge financial success when it came out in theaters? I mean, these are movies that everybody appreciates for the artistic direction, for the innovation, for the ideation, all sorts of stuff like that. But however, they're not very popular in the general sense, right? People are like, I don't get it, you know, man. But it's worth thinking about because people are not going to hire you for random ass ideas out of nowhere. People are going to hire you for making things that are marketable, right? For making products that are marketable. So that's the kind of thing that I've been thinking about more and more recently. It's like, well, there's a certain idea of I want to draw. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Guitar Geek. But it's kind of the idea of, I wanted to draw for myself, blah blah blah. But if you're going to be an artist in the industry, you don't draw for yourself. Right? You never do, almost. And you can insert ideas into a project, for example, but you don't draw for yourself. This is my understanding. Right? So you're saying originality is putting together known elements in unknown ways. Yeah, I think that's Ian McCaig thing, right? Thank you for streaming. Well, I appreciate it. Your analytical thinking and approach is what differentiates you, and also the degree means you have stamina and ability to finish uni because you already have it done once. You have experience on your side too. We will see, man. We will see. See how it goes. I'm excited for the art school. If I get in. The first time I've been thanked for streamer, but I do appreciate the sentiment. We're just finishing this painting right now, so quick little painting. I think we spent something like 80 minutes on it so far. Just finishing it up, just bringing it up. And after that we're going to be doing some crits, some critiques. But a lot of this has been narrated, I'm just finishing it up right now, so I'm not talking too much about the painting. But if you're curious about my thoughts and my approach, it's all available for you. This entire stream is mainly for just explaining how my understanding of painting is, helping people along the way to paintings. It's a study stream most of the time. Group studies here, people will draw along with me. That's the kind of thing we have over here. I mention all the time, most films and either contemporary or near future. Historical stuff nearby, so existing stuff is what you'd be designing 90% of the time anyway. Exactly, so I talked about this earlier. Like it's better to design like a ration pack for our army wet instead of designing the 50 millionth elf character that had a hood on that was a female with big hips and a giant set of boobs. Like, been done too many times and people don't care about it as much. Feng calls them childish concepts. I don't think I'll go that far. I don't think they're childish. I think it's a little bit denigrating, but they are maybe not hireable too much. That much I can kind of maybe get. So pretty they are. So pretty. But yeah, I'm excited for this crit that we're gonna do because we need to do a crit for Spod in the chat, and I'm gonna really be. I need to put my money where my mouth is because it's a mech design crit. So it's gonna be a lot of fun for me to do. I like designing. See how it goes. I don't know what Bod ready to call this painting. Maybe a couple more pieces of information. Engineering crash course. We don't need to be an engineer to design a mech. Because I think something that's really important to understand is that you can get something right and people might think it's wrong because it depends on what people think right and wrong is, right? It's the idea of right and wrong versus actually being right and wrong. Okay? It'll be on YouTube Spot, don't worry about the buffering. My dude, it's gonna be on YouTube as well. You're fine in that respect. It's like making something believable needs to be with the idea of believability instead of like for example, if I said design a Viking dude, like most of the time the Viking dude will be like this. You'll have a hat like that, right? This is a Viking dude hat. But Vikings never had horns in their hat, but people might expect it because that's what general conception is. And of course you have a bunch of people saying Vikings never wore those kind of hats. You should do your fucking research. And people will just weather it because ultimately you base it on people's understanding. You don't base it on what's true and what's not. Which is Dacian, I think. Is it really? I don't know what their origin is. But I believe you. I draw mechs very organic. I think that's a good idea. Like organic mechs, sort of the Evangelion style drawing mechs. I don't think that's a bad way of doing it. Look at this man's brushwork, it's insane. I know some folks have actually had horn helmets, but not the Vikings. Well, that thunder has been summarily stolen then. throw some lights. If something ever looks unfinished, by the way, on a piece of artwork, it's mostly because you haven't done proper lighting passes on it. Like you're missing a shadow, you're missing a highlight, you're missing an area of light, you're missing a terminator, you're missing a highlight. Something is being missed over there, which is why things will tend to look unfinished sometimes. So that's why a lot of people that paint alla prima, for example, they can get a finished looking painting really quickly because they're considering all the aspects that are going to go into the painting, right? Because they're covering all the bases. So even though they're not working it too much, painting has all the elements it needs to be finished. That's the kind of idea you work with. Alright, so this looks unfinished because we don't have a shadow right there, so we throw in the shadow really quickly. Just kind of simple assessment and then change. Nothing too fancy happening here. Were like wings and horns, but they were closed pot helmets. Closed pot helmets. Do I even know what that is? I should know this. Huh. Was it around like the bottom of the chin, for example? It goes all the way around as opposed to being a half helm. My piece looks very unfinished. Post it. Let's crit it. Let's do it along with the crits. A little painting. I had a lot of enjoyment doing this one. Look at that in a second. In here. Application purposes. I like that. I think I do. Everything's on one layer, by the way, if anybody's curious. Don't use multiple layers. Just fun that way. Posted it. I'll check it out in a second. Go. I feel like that's looking fairly alright, I'd say. Do some slightly finer tuning here around the edges. Navigate them a little bit with some brush strokes. I want to keep the brush really thick though. I want to show like individual smaller strokes in there. Keep the background nice and thick with the brush. There you go. So that's it. That's our mom and son piece. A lot of fun. Gonna smudge that edge up right there. Smudge my edge up. There you go. When in doubt, smudge it out. What is this me here? Let me see. Oh, very cool. I like that a lot. Alright, let's export this really quickly. Save that. There you go, that's our finished painting right there. You like your sketch way better? Yeah, that'll happen a lot of times, man. Especially in like when you're doing concepting stuff, it's gonna happen a lot. Also, here's my Death Stranding Mandalorian fan art. But it'll happen quite a lot of times. It's a lot more energy in sketching, you find. They wore horns, but apparently some of them may have did. Some clans, I'm assuming, were hornier than others. Like the devil? The very same. Okay, let me get these crits in order. We can move forward to the crit section of the stream. Look at Shrimps, we look at Spods. Kiryu is still in here, we can look at his as well. For intimidation. That makes sense to me, I believe it. I'm not going to question it, I'm not going to fact check it, I'm just going to believe it. Right, that's not injure. Did he put Baby Yoda in there? Yeah, it's right there. There's a little carbonite canister right there as well. Seems really unpractical. It's a good crit, thank you. Sick. I mean, It's something, alright. It is something. It's really diabolical. Alright. Let's look at these crits. First one, the one that I promised to do was... Oh cool, people paint this along with me. Oh, this is you, isn't it? Shrimp, very cool. Look at that in a second. What is, what do I need to look at first? Oh, the mech crit, there you go. Which one did you want me to look at? Was it the finished one, I think? Okay, we'll go with the finished one. Okay. New document here. I'm gonna grab a couple of pieces of reference. Django Fett playing package delivery simulator. Hell yeah, Lemon Eater. He's delivering this baby Yoda. Gonna get the best Scar Steel for it. BB-8 right there. Also, I made the Chupacabra, the droid thing as the little finder. Nobody appreciates this one, but I really like that detail. I think it's a fun one. It's the door droid that was in Jabba's palace, was also in the show. That right there, that shows true nerddom right there. That replacement. And the technology. We'll do this one. Let's grab some quick little references. First one I'll grab is just an AK, you know, just a generic AK. Because I think one of the things I talked about here. So this is Spod's work, by the way. Spod in the chat. Cool dude, go check him out. Concept artist in the making right there. So I just want to grab some detailed shots. Is this the compressed pic? Do you have a full version anywhere? Grab the full version as well, whichever you'd like. This is the one that you just posted in Discord today. Grab this one over here. Let's just grab something generically mech. What is Boston Dynamics doing these days? Let's look at some Boston Dynamics robots. Because I like to have refs just for my detailing portion, just so I have little pieces of intricate stuff to put into the design. Abusing robots, most likely. That's a video, Mia, of them in the desert. Robot loses his shit. Grab this one over here. God, the guy with the hockey stick, the hockey stick guy, his entire family is going to be terminated like 10 years from now, guaranteed, in the Civil War. He's actually screwed. He's playing with fire. God damn you, hockey stick guy. Alright, cool. Grab this one instead. Oh, you're right, this is a lot bigger. 6 times the map size. Of Fallout 4. A human can bear a grudge for years, but a database is eternal. I know. Grab that. Let's grab some. Let's just grab some generic like mech ideas. Let's say some walker mechs. Let's say this would be cool. I like some of the shapes that I'm seeing here. So I'm just going to take you through the entire design process, right? So how do I add the detail? How do I get this to like a nice finished project? The resolution is so shitty on this. It's not even funny. Where's my detail? Oh, there you go. Cool. I just want to talk about these references as well. After I finish getting a few. I'm just on my second screen here. Getting some information. This is a render. It doesn't matter if it's a render. I just want the information. Oh, that's so cool. Hell yeah. I also want to look at those automated. So basically, when I think about the ideas, okay, this is one big giant robot with a gun. I think about what are the real world examples. So these are real world robots. So I want to ground this design in reality, right? So what are real world robots is my first thing that I check. So I've drawn enough robots, but just to go through the idea. And even if I did draw robots, I would still check. I would still check online. I would see what's existing. I would grab references. I put it on my canvas, right? So I'll grab quite a few of them. So I won't go crazy. So we'll grab this much for the reference for the robot. Let's say we have some for the AK. I want to look at what those DMZ turrets look like, the automated turrets and the DMZ in Korea. So what do those look like? I'm quite curious. Okay, I have a design for that right now. There you go. The Subtopia, the automated gun, because it seems like it's a similar idea, don't you think? So I googled DMZ turret for this. For this one, I googled Boston Dynamics robot. So DMZ turrets are like automated turrets that, you know, they can, and also SAM site stuff, missile defense turrets, for example, the ones that fire against Scud missiles. Because those are things that I'm relating to your idea, basically. I'm relating these things to your idea. Look at this. It's a guided robot with a gun. I mean, it's about as similar as you can get as a real life example. So I'm trying to draw parallels right now to your design, to your idea, that is, to be able to ground it, because I'll be taking elements from this to be able to put into the painting, right? To be able to justify it, because it's not enough that we have this idea of, okay, it's a robot that's based on a particular gun. I want to be able to base a design in reality. To do so, I need to understand what's actually available in reality. And unfortunately, I don't have an exhaustive understanding and memory of everything that occurs in real life, so I have to reference it, right? There you go. So let's say I have my references. So what can I garner and gain from my references? So we'll do a quick little overpaint of like what can go where, and then we'll try and do a little bit of finishing to show you how it's going to be. But that was my reference phase, basically. So the entire process, for example, this is one process, but there's so many in design, but this is what we're trying to go for. Like we look at the SCD thing, for example, we just saw, the test that I just took. So what they ask for is they ask for references, thumbnails, sketches, and then finished design, right? So basically what I had to submit to them was this. So I had to give them pages of references. So these are my references for my submarine, basically, for my suit. So you kind of see like my thinking process over here. So they said, okay, well, explore the Mariana Trench. So I wanted to use animals to base my design off of. I wanted to see what the deepest diving ships were in the world. So this is the what's it called? This is the Challenger Deep, the one that James Cameron was in, that went into the Mariana Trench. This is the Trieste, which is a submarine that went the deepest into the Mariana Trench. These are some modern deep submarines over there. Here's some research submarines right there, some artificial robot submarines for the arms. This over there is it's a robotic surgeon, because I wanted to harvest organic matter. So I thought, okay, harvesting organic matter, surgery, robotic surgeon. That's a drill that's used for rock that I incorporated in some of the designs. Some specifics about detail. That's a manhole right there, because they had to be able to get out of the submersible or get out of the submarine. So therefore, they had to have a door that was pressurized. So I didn't know what a pressurized door looked like, a propeller looks like. So going from general to specific, right? Understand what the components of a submarine should be. The basic ones needs to have the ballast tank, needs to have propellers to move around, needs to have a spherical, acrylic or metallic or titanium sphere, because spheres are most resistant towards pressure. So everything is built through spheres. A lot of the times it has stuff for guiding, weights to pull it down, stuff like that, like vents to pressurize or depressurize or whatever, you know, recirculation for air, stuff like that. So these designs were for that. For the diving suit, again, we have some stuff for detail down here, a lot of detail information, and we have some modern examples of what suits look like. So many of those same spherical kind of shapes, spherical cylindrical shapes, because it needs to be pressure resistant. These are called atmospheric diving suits right there. And some older designs. This suits like this is what BioShock, the big daddies, are based on, basically. Very old versions of diving suits right there. You can see a lot of like BioShock elements in these armors, because I mean they had the same problem as I did, right? How do you have a suit that can withstand intense pressure underwater? And they came up with this. So I went away from these designs for mine. So these are the first two stages, and then you do thumbnails or silhouettes depending on how you want to work. I did thumbnails for this, even though usually I do silhouettes, but I wanted more detail on my drawings, so thumbnails it was. So each thumbnail was done quite large, and then so all of these have strokes that seem rather small, but they're very large strokes when I was working on them, because they took up most of my screen. And also, along with that, I did some detailing for the individual characters here with some notes. right? So we have a lot of characters right there. Yeah, we have some bathysphere examples because bathysphere is spherical. So we have stuff like that. You can see my whole like ideation process over here. So that's the next step right there. And then right after that, we go into a sketch phase where I do a bit of cleanup. Right, kind of show some of the final ideas. In the side of this project I worked on, like while I worked on this page, I was working on side stuff for the characters. So I had a page like this at the end of my my character sheet, which had a lot of fairly detailed. Like this was, I think, the silhouette stage. I'm sorry, the sketch phase of the characters, and I refined them slightly, and I put them into this page over there. And then after I had all the sketches done, I refined it as much as I could before submitting. So refinement, the refined page, the final page is this that I gave them. So lines are cleaned up, the perspective has been solved a little bit more, some information on the side, for example, some orthographics, whatever necessary, some mechanics, you know, some views that are not particularly seen, like what the bathysphere door looks like, for example, what the underside door looks like over here, what the front looks like if, for example, the form is not very clearly readable, stuff like that, whatever I could fit into the page. And that was my final design page for the submission. So this is basically the whole thing. So we're right now in that reference phase right now. We got the references. I will try to add these references. So we usually do this in silhouette or in thumbnail. So that's how I'm going to do it for this. And we'll see what we can do, okay? So out of this, I want to pick a few of them. Time is running. We need to reset that. There you go. So reset it. I want to pick a few of these. I like some of the designs on this one, for example. I like some of the designs in this. The head on this one looks a lot similar to the head on yours. You see that? So we're going to use this boy over here. He's going to be a big one. I'm just going to make it the size of it large enough to remind me. And I'll keep two turrets to the side over here, just to remind me what turrets look like. I like the eye, the whole targeting thing over here, but this is not going to fit with our design because you don't have, I mean, the question is, how does this robot even see, is my question. Well, one of the big ones, so we have to solve that somehow. And if you add cameras, I mean, that adds a bunch of free detail, basically. Maybe we won't add cameras, we might do something like this. Like some sort of sensor, some sort of like open chest idea. Maybe cameras would be nice. You know, maybe I want to add cameras. Let's add some cameras to it. Because it needs to be able to see, right? Okay, so now just look at the piece itself and tell you stuff that I think could be improved upon strongly, okay? The number one thing is perspective can be strongly improved over here. So some of the issues here is that it seems like I can see that the bottoms of too much, it seems like, on this piece, and it's not justifiable. And the idea that, let me just grab my round brush here. So most of the time you're doing sketches like this, you think about a horizon line. So let's just say the horizon's over here, right? Maybe around here. So you're paying attention to it for this shape over here and for this shape over here, but then this head completely breaks off because now I can see this portion of the head, and I don't see this joint moving in this particular way, nor should it even move in this way, right? Usually it would be just tilted downwards, but instead the perspective is being betrayed here. So right now the perspective on this is very decent, on this torso element, I'll go red. So this is okay. These ones over here, that's okay. But then I expect to see something like, instead of this, I expect to see a lot less of this top plane entirely, so maybe something like this make more sense. Maybe painting on the same layer. Just grab a different layer, relock this one. So just quickly solving the perspective. A little bit of it maybe. See, we went from this to that, and now the head actually looks like it fits in the body, right? Looks like it fits there a lot better than it did before, because there's no like rotational joints. I mean, you could make an argument that there's a ball socket joint in there, which gives you like unlimited rotation, but just something that is this simple will kind of give you a lot to work with, right? Because suddenly the perspective doesn't look as off anymore, and it breaks you away from the piece. One of the other big ones is that this gun over here, again, the perspective on this gun and the perspective on the body doesn't make sense for a single rotational joint. So it would make sense that this was on a more complex system, if it had a shoulder joint and a rotation joint, like a pivot joint on the shoulder, as well as a hinge joint. But as it stands right now, it looks like it's bending across his body to be able to be reached by this arm over there. So there's a lot of issue that needs to be solved over there. And it's not easy, by the way. So the shoulder, for example, is a very difficult area to solve for a lot of robotics. So people solve it differently. For example, on this particular robot, there's actually a whole scapular arrangement on the back, because I've seen the back of this robot, which connects into the shoulder, connects into the arms. So the shoulders, because of how mobile it is, if you think about hinges, for example, like mechanical hinges, like a basic hinge joint would be something like this, right? It goes through right over there, and you'd imagine that the hinge goes right over there, let's say. Like it hinges downward, right? Let's say it hinges that way, and then you have like a rotational joint or something. Middle. It rotates that way. There's a basic drawing like that, let's say. So it's like your basic kind of hinge joint. My perspective is really skewed on this one, I'm sorry. But that's the idea. That's a hinge joint, right? It goes this way and that way. But nothing here tells me how to like make this move like an actual shoulder joint, right? It's not as mobile, it's gonna joint. So solving a shoulder is really, really difficult. And you gotta look at like real world examples of how they solve this. So maybe draw some existing mechs to kind of figure out how they solve shoulders. I had to do a bunch of drawings to figure out how to solve the shoulders. A few examples would be to have the entire mechanism on a different hinge joint, to have an entire shoulder blade, and on top of the shoulder blade, for example, you can apply a hinge right over there, and from this hinge you can bring in more, bring like a hinge, like a curve joint right there, bring a secondary hinge right down there. So here's one of the ways you can solve shoulders, and there's a rotation joint right over there which attaches to the back of the robot. So this has this degree of motion. This over here will have rotational motion over there. So you can move up and down and rotate in 360 degrees. And this moves up and down. And this moves up and down and also can rotate. So that's how you can solve a shoulder, basically, in robotics. But you see like how much more is in here than in this. You're gonna make that motion possible. So a much simpler way of doing it, but not particularly recommended for mech designs, is to just do this with a hinge joint. Polish, how's it going, man? Good to see you. A much easier way to do this is just by doing a hinge joint, right? So it looks like this. So this is what happens in the body. For example, in the body, you have your clavicle right there, and then you have your ball and socket joint for your shoulder, right? Goes into your humerus. So similarly, in mechanics, you do have joints like that. You can kind of get away with it by just having, for example, you have a plane right there, and you have this kind of shape on top of the plane. Say something like that, for example, and you can maybe justify moving something from here as long as there's some information underneath here which says, okay, maybe it's a pivot joint, so it pivots a bit more. But I tend to stay away from this because first of all, it doesn't teach you too much, because it's almost like a too easy of a fix stuff, and also it leads to less interesting design. So I would use this very sparingly, because what's happening inside here is just a bunch of like little levers or whatever that's pulling it in different directions happening through there. So it's something like what's that called? Like a PID control table, if you know what that is. Like a Stewart platform is what it's called. It's a PID control table. A Stewart platform is a platform that's like this, that has 6 degrees of freedom, and it's controlled by a bunch of motors. Stewart platform, so it can balance a ball and stuff. So basically, they move that way. So it has rotation in all axes, basically. So it has the up, down, left, right, pitch, yaw, I guess, that a plane has. So those are some examples of joints. So this little area over here is not that easy to problem solve. So you can't just slap it on the side, which is going to be like the biggest fix to do. Adding ammo is not important and very limiting. It's not something you need to explain. I would focus on more. I disagree entirely, actually. So it's important to ground every design you do in reality. And if, for example, if the detail is lacking and you need to ground stuff, I mean, eyes are one of the first places that I would go to. because it's an easy thing to do, right? Like perhaps it doesn't fit with the vision of the piece. Maybe you want this robot with a very clear sort of finish, but it's important to think about justifying things on any design. Otherwise, it makes your design super weak. Like you can't just say, okay, people get it, people just understand how it works. Yeah, that's not how it works. People need to know. Like you need to be quite clear about these kind of things. So for example, if everything else is well substantiated in the piece, I would agree. Maybe it doesn't need to happen, right? Maybe you could just say it doesn't need to happen, because if everything else is well substantiated, it'll be fine. But if nothing is substantiated, then you have to substantiate something, so you can start somewhere, so therefore eyes. Like an idea. Hope you're following me. How did the application thing go? Going pretty good. You want to see my application? I have it right here. I have my 2 reference pages. Do I have my thumbnails here? I don't have my thumbnails here. These are some of the things that I turned in. So there's some thumbnails. So the idea is they wanted me to design a research vehicle for the Mariana Trench and a suit to go along with it. So that's some of the work that I did for that. Some thumbnails right there. Look at Alien. How does the Alien see? Are you aware that the Alien has a skull inside? It has a transparent skull underneath its carapace. That was the original design right there. And that design is very, very grounded, right? That beetle-like appearance. Very, very humanoid features. Super, super human features. What's going on? We're just doing some hits right there. And the Alien was based on Geiger, and Geiger did most of his work based on exaggerated human features and sexualized parts of the body, right? So, maybe a very poor example to give. So it is there. So I'm not saying justify everything on the canvas. You don't have to justify everything. But when when nothing is justified, you must think about the idea of putting something that's justified on the canvas. You can't have a design that nothing makes sense. You can't have a design where nothing makes sense. That's the point. So if the alien doesn't have like clear vision, for example, it's supposed to be somewhat blind, for instance. Well, that can work because it's an alien creature, right? It's very possible. It's alien, but again, alien in the context of the word alien doesn't mean everything is different. A lot of things are grounded about the character. It's very, very humanoid in its shape. It's got like this kind of techno element blended its insectoid element on it. So it's fine. But for a mech design particularly, nah. That's not how it works. Like perhaps you don't need it, but again, look at how justified everything else needs to be. So big thing to understand is that you can't just abstract everything. Sure, not having eyes is definitely an option, right? It's an option. But to say that, I mean, don't ever put eyes or you don't need to justify them, I mean, that's just wrong. That's just straight up wrong, right? It's one of the options that you could do. Because nothing's just really justified that well on the design right now, which is why we gotta solve it. Alright, so some thoughts to think about like modern designs of robots. Yeah, form follows function, there you go. Alien's a nocturnal hunter, for example, maybe doesn't rely too much on eyesight, like an idea. And they do say green or something, right? Or they do see thermals or something. I don't remember what it was. But again, so we had this talk on Discord about the idea that they have these large areas of calm on mech designs, and then you have these internal areas of extreme amounts of busyness because you have this sort of external covering on top of internal circuitry, which is a very common thing. So right now we have like a lot of external covering, but I kind of want to see some more of the internal circuitry. Also, to think about like, for example, how this machine walks, there needs to be a few things, right? There needs to be like hinges, for example, on the hips, for instance. Otherwise, how does it walk properly? There needs to be some sort of movement. So there's a whole bunch of things that can be added over here. I can show you so many eyeless things in creatures, mechs, etc. that it works. Not everything needs to be explained. I agree. So I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm saying that if nothing is explained, your design sucks. If nothing is explained, your design sucks. You need to have grounded elements in your design. Right? You seem to be stuck on the point of, you know, you don't need eyes in this particular thing to work, and sure, you don't. But what I'm trying to strongly make you consider here is that there are options, right? There are options, and some of them need to be fulfilled, because as it stands, it's not as clear-cut to say that this particular thing can never be done. It can be done, or it can't be done, right? But something has to be done. Something has to be just. Non-justified designs unanimously are never usable in any industry. Right? You can't just have ambiguous things. If you're a big name in art, for example, perhaps, but if you're a no-namer and you want to get yourself hired by a company, having a bunch of arbitrary, like willy-nilly, unjustified designs, that's a sure way to get yourself not paid and not hired by anybody. It's not coming from me, it's coming from professional artists. This sort of idea. So let's make some changes over here. Let's throw on some eyes. Let's throw, after that big discussion about eyes, let's just throw on some eyes. Let's see how it looks. There's something for targeting, let's say. So one around here, or one around here. Because it's just free detail, right? Attack, how's it going, buddy? I'm a big name in art, no one knows about it yet, it's true. I know about it, the people. I know about it. I'm doing good, playing some League? Hell yeah. Play some League. That's the idea, really important to think about. Always ground your design somehow, in some way. Like 80%, so maybe this is a better way of explaining it so you can understand. But like, let's say 80% of your design needs to be grounded, while 20% can be whatever you like, let's say, for the most part. So that's a good sort of window to kind of aim for. Make things make some amount of sense. But definitely do justify design. Otherwise you reach the realm of it being a realistic design and you go into some sort of high fantasy, like this crazy fantasy world that just does not exist, just doesn't work. You're not doing content out of that point, you're just drawing something quite random. So just really doing some quick changes to your existing paint, for example. Another LOL player. I don't play LOL too much these days. Play some. I'm painting while I'm talking, by the way. I don't know if you can see the changes that I'm making, but I'm just doing some little things, like I'm making some shades for the top right there. Also, to point out additional things besides the perspective and the lack of justification of the design, because there's so many things. For example, the hinge. You need more movement in the pelvis region because it's a humanoid. It needs to stand upright. You need more movement in, especially this arm right there, because it's skewing the perspective right over there, and you need more little points of detail on your design to make it more interesting. Right now, you're falling into a very, I think this is a very like common mistake that people kind of get into when they don't use enough reference. The fact that the idea is very safe with how it's being played, right? It's being very, very played. Line head can be motion intensive. It doesn't necessarily need eyes or camera lenses. It doesn't need to, but you know, is that very clear then? This is an option though, but is it very clear? Like, has it been justified? Like, is there like some sort of idea? Do we know this is what a sensory device looks like? Do we need some additional information? I mean, this is a question to ask, right? A question to ask. For example, this robot over here, what are we looking at? This one over here, I think, has nothing right over there, but it has a camera right over there. But the thing is, how do you know? Like, you need something to ground the design. That's always the way you have to think about it. Because, like, we're not doing this because we want to have fun with it and make the best design ever. We want to do this so this piece looks good in the portfolio, right? So in that regard, it needs to be quite clear. Clarity in design is so important. An illustration, you can do whatever you'd like, but a design should be clear. Like, the person that's looking at it should know what they're looking at. Should have a clear, justified idea that it looks cool, and it is what it is supposed to be doing, right? So for example, if this was a Sentry bot, then Sentry this is much stronger. For example, this versus this, for the idea of Sentry, this is stronger for Sentry, because you have this camera, and you think, oh, camera, security, Sentry. You have this kind of immediate ideation that goes through it. I like this kind of fancy knob right there. This knob is probably for the adjustment I think this entire thing comes up, by the way. I think there's a small camera in this hole, and this entire setup is like a neck. I think this is one of those things that kind of crank the neck upwards. So again, everything is justified. Just a quick little piece of design advice in general. So when you go from one shape to another shape, have a transition shape in between. There's a lot of reasons for why this actually happens, but in general, just think about doing it. So for example, if you go from this little dark shape in the center to going to this little blocky shape over here, maybe you have some sort of transition in the middle. You know, how is this bolted down? How is this attached? This kind of idea. I think good illustration follows the principles. Look at Norman Rockwell, for example. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a good point. Camera behind one-sided transparent metal. Yeah, right over here, let's say. I mean, it is definitely this camera right over there. And I think there's like a little hinge joint. But see, everything's like justified. And the more you justify things, for example, the easier it is to kind of find where detail's supposed to go. For instance, I have a camera here. How is the camera getting video feed, for example? Like, how is it getting power, let's say? So we gotta draw some wires or something for it, right? So maybe we'll have like a wire mesh. Let's say it's a bunch of wires that go from here, so it's all connected on the back end. And maybe they go down towards the pack on the robot's shoulder or something, right? So again, I got some free detail just now, some free justified detail, right? Again, you want the cool factor to be there, but the cool factor happens in your silhouette stage, in your sketch phase, right? So that's when you can play around with things a lot. But at this point, you want to justify what's on your design, right? So maybe there's a compartment to access the camera. So this is kind of the way you want to be thinking about stuff, right? So perspective on this is okay. I did fix the perspective on this slightly. Yeah. Let's say that this entire thing needs to be able to be angled up and down, for instance. So like, how does this guy's head move around the shoulders? Like, these are the questions you should be asking, because otherwise, like, where is this painting going to go, right? If it's just meant for this one static piece of a painting, I mean, how useful is that in terms of a production piece, right? Because if this is supposed to move around and shoot, it needs to be able to animate, right? It needs to be able to be animated. So how are you going to animate it if you don't have parts that will allow it to move? How is it going to be seen in some sort of cinema? How is it going to be rigged? How is it going to be 3D modeled? Like, these are the things we got to think about, right? Because if concept art is what we want to do, then this art needs to be usable by further on in the pipeline, right? So let's say we don't like the camera idea. I mean, I would put something on here to at least allow the machine to see, right? Or at least I would put some sort of information besides that, maybe to justify the design, because you can just have a sheer plate over here and then maybe have a couple like red lights on the side, but just something there, you know? Just something to point it out. I would usually put something like that in. Like, it doesn't even have to go on the head. It can go somewhere in the chest, for example, like this randomly. But ultimately, the machine, it needs to be able to see, because we don't think about machines that can't see, that are going to use firearms, right? Like, unless you're going to put some sort of like radar or sonar or some sort of attachment that's very clear on the body, I would justify it, you know? I mean, for a design, for a very arbitrary design, maybe you don't need to do that, but really, like, for the sense of like getting some sort of realistic understanding, I think I would always choose the idea of having things right. So an example for the face would be like that. Well, let's go around. Right now, I'm going to do some radical changes to the painting, but try and keep things fairly on track. I'll move a little bit faster now because that was just very quick. That. Linedecker or any sort of the magazine type illustrations in the 50s, they fall in line with the composition more, so I would say. Yeah, because they were probably doing stuff for like companies, right? Sort of industrial rendering and stuff like that. Drawing like promotional pieces and stuff. Gonna just distance this up a little bit. Gonna add some space there, maybe. So I'm making the change with a nice large brush. Because I want to have some space to have this actually move. So rule of cool applies in a lot of cases, but then rule of cool can't be broken down to the point where it's unusable, right? That's where rule of cool sort of fails. It needs to always make some sort of sense. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult later on in the pipeline. I don't know about this, but whatever. I mean, maybe just think a little bit more in the terms of what this painting is for, right? Like, remember who this painting is for. So this painting is for somebody that wants to get into concept art industry, and then do some research into the concept art industry, figure out like exactly what people are looking for, and then maybe that'll make things a little bit more clear. Because I think what you're saying, there's nothing wrong with it, but I think you're like missing the goal of this particular painting, or paintings like these. Like, what is the goal? Where is this going? Like, it's very commendable, the idea that, oh, I want to make interesting, unique designs that nobody else has made before, but the way that you start doing that is not by just doing things at random and justifying nothing. definitely justify some things, and you don't have to justify other things maybe, but some things need to be justified, some things need to make sense. A drawing where nothing makes sense is a bad drawing for production. That's objectively, there's no ifs and buts about it. You can't just do whatever you want. That's not how it works. Okay, so we have this gun arm over there. It's got some separation. I'll actually move it a bit higher than I have right now, I think. Again, I'm not being ginger with my changes, by the way. I'm just doing it really, really heavily. And I kind of encourage you guys, you to work this way, because ultimately you are trying to do things. I think the arm is really unpractical. I think I would change the legs so it would run easier. I think the arm is really unpractical, but I would change the legs so I could run easier. Well, we change the arm right now. I don't think it's unpractical. I think I like the idea of it having one giant like arm with the gun on. I like that idea. I think it's cool. I would even maybe make it slightly larger than it is already. Kind of just sell the point a bit more. You know, and then have mechanics to justify this. Let's make it a bit larger maybe. I like that idea. I think it's a cool idea. I like the whole idea of like turning guns into robots. I feel like that's kind of cool. It's a nice simple idea, one that's accomplishable. I feel like for the goals of the painting, and the choice of subjects is cool. I like it. So in the perspective, so basically I want to have some sort of mechanical part in here. I'm just gonna throw in something. It's like something in there, like a placeholder. So in the silhouette face, for example, it will look something like this. There's be something in there. So you see, like when I just put something in there, just some information in there, suddenly it looks like that gun actually fits on the robot now. Of course, notwithstanding some perspective issues. Go. It's cool, but he can't aim it as good as a normal gun would. What do you mean? Robot, man. It's got robot skills. He has to move his whole head to shoot. But it's got this sick rotational joint in there, bro. It's gonna rotate his head 360 degrees and shoot you from the back. And his entire torso rotates as well. What you know about that? What you know about these skills? I gotta unify this perspective very, very badly. E.T., how's it going, buddy? Good to see ya. Okay, so there's just some stuff happening in there. There's some stuff happening in there for the time being. We won't justify the stuff just yet. Maybe this will be the way. There's so many ways of solving this, but we'll just pick one of them, let's say. Because like I said, there's so many different mechanical joints. Maybe accomplish this. You could even just hide stuff, you know? Do it like this. Might be a simpler solution for the time being. Make a portion that kind of hides around on top of this, like a pauldron joint, or a pauldron attached to this. That. Doing good, how are you? Doing alright. Just doing a quick little paint over somebody on the stream. Okay, imagine that right there. Now things are starting to feel a little bit better. Have some mechanics later on for this. We can go the same thing down here as well. That. Grab some darker value. So basically I did a silhouette right there. And now I'm just filling it up with things that I think are important. And like a mechanical joint right over there. 2 mechanical joints for stabilization. Let's say this gun's gonna have a lot of recoil, for example. So we can add some sort of like recoil transferring agent right there, let's say. So we can add like some sort of absorption idea back here. So maybe there's like a whole array back here, which goes into the side. Have it like hard welded or something. Well, it's usually there so you can aim better at putting the part of the gun on your shoulder. Yeah, but it's a giant mech, right? It doesn't need that. Turrets don't have shoulders. A big walking turret. Robot. I'll comment about the gun stock. The part is meant to be placed against the shoulder to absorb recoil. It makes no sense on the type of robot. Either that part needs to change or it needs to be deleted altogether. I can stay there just to make sure that it's like more AK-47 like, but I kind of get the idea. Kind of get what you're going for there. Maybe you could use that part somewhere else, right? Maybe you could make this this whole head more like that part, maybe. So we can do this for the head, perhaps. Have the head kind of resemble the part. This is stock of an AK-47. Do I have a reference for an AK? I have no AK reference. Feels bad, man. Like that, maybe? So I bring it back up here. That same kind of design idea. Yeah, that doesn't have the stock, unfortunately. Just the front. I could bring it back there, have an interesting shape right over there. That kind of idea. Right, so there needs to be a lot of work done for the mechanics. So I think just like drawing robotic arms and stuff like that is going to be really helpful. Because you got to think about like how things rotate, how things are going to be moving around, because it'll add such a crazy amount of like information that's really sorely needed to be able to like justify the design. Because justification, especially for mechs, for hard surfaces, really important. Cannot stress it enough. So for example, for legs like this, I would bring this out even more. Bring it out like that. And I would add information in here about how exactly what's happening here, right? So this is the side right over there. So we'll throw in a rotational joint like that. That's rotational. And it also needs to hinge on something because it needs to be able to go up and down, right? So something needs to go here. So so basically something. This is something in here. But there needs to be something in between these two things. So right now, just by adding something, suddenly the design starts to make more sense. So there's not, I don't even know what this is yet, but just a difference in there, like some sort of movement in there. Even noise, you know, even noise tends to like improve that idea, because now we have an idea of, okay, it might be some sort of hinge right there. There might be something in there that's gonna be able to allow this to move up and down, because it's really important that it does, right? Really important that it does move up and down. Same thing for the other side. Because imagine this walking, right? It's gonna have a very bad time walking. Because it won't be able to properly orient half the stuff on its body. And that on the right hand side, the far side is not going to have nearly as much visible. Just something right there. So I work really general, and then I bring in the specifics when necessary. But again, this is a general paint over, so not too concerning. But again, so how does this hinge joint connect to this joint over there? A lot of questions, right? So how does the connection even happen? So it could be that it's like some sort of joint that goes through. But this sort of stuff we really can't play around with, right? So what's the problem solving here? So this is what we do as concept artists, right? This is what we're supposed to do. We like look at a problem, like how does this joint connect there? How does this design make any sense? Like how does a person supposed to breathe in space when all he has is like a diving suit and a bunch of circuitry? Like how does it work? Like how does it work to the point where somebody looking at it will think, okay, that makes sense. You know, that's believable. It's one of the biggest jobs of us in the industry, right? So what would a habitat on Mars look like? What would a habitat on a planet like Titan look like? So you take what you know and you expand it to answer questions that you don't currently have answers for. Kind of idea. So we'll introduce just like a hinge joint right over there, like a rotational joint rather. So pivot joint. That pivots now. It has room to pivot. Can pivot. And you can make this so much more fancier, right? Make this so much more fancier. So you can add stuff around it, for example. You can add further like stuff over here, but the central idea needs to remain there, right? Even just the space, for example, is kind of sufficient for you to kind of say, okay, well, the space is there, so therefore I have a sense that it can be rotated. But again, this kind of justification is really vital that it's done. Because again, this is like they're hiring for your ability to problem solve as well as to be able to give good ideas, right? If somebody has a production that involves like tribal people that have discovered some sort of advanced technology, then like, okay, what do tribal people look like? What does technology look like? How would that be integrated? So again, you take what you know and then you problem solve based on it, right? That's what we do. Well, that, again, you have this joint over here, but the joint doesn't seem to make that much sense because it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to, but it needs to have enough room of ambiguity that somebody can at least like think, okay, well, it's possible that it moves. Otherwise, like, how are we going to use this painting? Like, how's anybody going to use the painting? That's a big problem here. Like, how can people use this painting? Because that's what the job is, right? So an easy solution over here, very common one that I see for legs, is that have a room right over there for a hinge joint, and then we just hide the hinge itself with a shape. I haven't talked about shape language yet, but that's also really important to maintain throughout the piece. The piece has a particular shape language, which is that the shapes themselves on the piece, they follow a very particular rhythm, and it's important to respect that rhythm while you work. Example. So now it's possible that something is going on behind the scenes there, but again, so I'm giving the option for that to actually have something behind the scenes, right? Before there was no option, there was nothing left to chance there. But at least this way, there's a chance for that joint to actually exist. So I don't have to draw the joint particularly, but something needs to go there, right? Very common little piece of design that goes on here, something like that, for example. Draw that in perspective better. Perspective on this, like that. Like an open vent or something. Little things like that, so you kind of pick up the more you design. And we haven't even gotten to the idea of like nuts and bolts, for example, right? Like, how is this thing put together? Because this is obviously manufactured somewhere. So how is it put together? That's really important to kind of justify, right? On design. But we have no information about that right now. We don't have those nuts and bolts. It's really important for that to actually happen. This whole leg is looking a little bit wonky. How was it originally? That is out of perspective. Original. We can fix it. It's not too hard of a fix. We just have to do a rotation here. We rotate this entire joint to fit this. Right over there. Because again, you can't get away with this kind of stuff. Especially, like, this is something that's taught to me when I was learning. This for the first time, is that you can get away with like complex perspective problems on your piece, but when you're drawing like a simple box and that's out of perspective, it's gonna really mar your design. Like it's gonna like make people not respect your work because it's just a really simple shape and you got it wrong. So be careful about stuff like that. So when you're drawing a simple shape, make sure that you're doing it right. So just make the vanishing points here like that, for example. And this one over here again needs to be in perspective. Like that. So all we changed, for example, in the design was really just justifying things. But again, every time I justified something, suddenly free detail just came out of the woodwork, right? Kind of thing that I want to start cluing you in on. Even this, like this rotational joint would be a big joint. It's gonna be a big bolt right there. A big chance it's gonna add stuff. Probably have a big kind of cap on top of it as well. To allow that to happen. The perspective is still off on the barrel, but this is how it would properly attach to the body, for example. You can add a big bolt right there. Bunch of free detail. So I'm doing all this with the round brush as well, just really quickly on getting the idea down there, because this is how I would do it for myself. But I'm basically doing my thumbnail sketch face at the same time. Rinse, how's it going, man? Doing a bit of a crit right now. But again, there's going to be a big joint back here. It's going to be a big ball joint back there. Not a ball joint, but a joint similar to this over there, because that's a hinge. There's also going to be a hinge back here. And it goes into this. Weenie, how's it going? Good to see you. Just doing a bit of a crit right now. That's tends to happen with the gun mag at the torso. Almost didn't realize that magazine. Yeah, I know, we're gonna fix that. I had to move the it wasn't there in the original, I don't think. Yeah, it wasn't there in the original. But I moved the gun out. We'll fix that in a second. Add something right over there, some plating or something. Unification. And again, his feet, right? His feet need to hinge, his feet need to move around. So we'll just make this, we'll just redesign these feet really quickly. We'll make it possible for it to do a whole bunch of things. How's it going, Weenie? You doing okay? How's work? Assuming you're at work right now. Good to see you. Thanks for the shoutouts, DT. Appreciate you, buddy. Really quickly getting this idea out there. You see I'm starting very organically and then I'm going to justify it with metal. I'm doing well, VD. I got a submission up there for my FCD. And I'm just going to wait for the interview. That's going to happen on Thursday. Based on the interview, I'll be able to know if I'm able to get in or not. Very excited. Yes, she's at work. Oh, I'm sorry, VD. I miss your streams, buddy. I just miss you in general. You'll be able to get back to us at some point. Behind FCD, hopefully. I mean, I've not been accepted yet, but my test was over. You definitely get in. I hope so. Hope so. If you get in when you start, it'll be February of next year. I start. Got an interview? Yeah, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Or maybe just give everybody interviews, right? I mean, I'm very good with interviews. I'm not afraid at all. But I don't know if I'm in or not. You know. So we'll see. Adding just some like articulation, I guess. This is a bit too organic for this design, by the way. I'm betraying the shape language by doing this. So maybe not the best solution here. A solution, right? I don't think they gave anyone an interview. Maybe not. My friend got accepted and her work was a beginner level. Maybe she just had really good ideas, you know? Always possible. But yeah, I've seen some... The thing is, like, the variance and the acceptance rate, it is high. The acceptance rate is high. Like, it's not like it's not high. But I've seen some good people get turned down, so it's a little bit worried. We'll see. And just solve a bit of that perspective. Get rid of the tangent that was bothering somebody in the chat. Perspective nightmare here. I tend to just redraw that gun, to be honest. Looks very similar to an ATST. Does it really? Guess that's a good thing, right? Because ATST is a good design. I don't think they give anyone an interview. I don't know, really. We'll see though. I think I'll get in though. But stay in is a big question, but I'll probably get in. Let's just, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put that magazine at the top. Oh, you know what? I'll do even better. I'll do you one better. Put the magazine on the shoulder. That's a 5-head technology right there. Put the magazine on this new shoulder. Bothers me? How does this gun work? We're getting to it, don't worry. We're getting to it. We're getting to it. This is rule of cool right now. We're in rule of cool territory with this change right there. Alright. This way. I'm just gonna slowly change the perspective of this whole gun. It is bothering me. You know, if things never work out, I'm gonna tell you, I'm just gonna draw a big black box and I'll say it'll happen in the black box. That's an engineering thing right there. If you don't know what's happening, you just black box it. We don't need all of this, I don't think. I think the AK idea is already there. Big question mark. Maybe. Maybe. I don't think so, no. Is that a shoulder? It doesn't need. Yeah, I was going to actually change that. That's actually a good point to bring up. Correct as well. My thinking was kind of similar. I kind of like the idea of something being there to kind of withstand the impact. I think one of the problems that I'm going with this drawing is that I think I'm considering it at a different scale than what it was originally drawn at. Because I think this robot's like big, like really big. So I'm thinking big while I'm making changes, but maybe it's the wrong thing to do. You should think smaller, like this is a smaller robot. Like for example, if this is a big robot, I would put those sick little ground spikes right there, the bicycle stands. You know those bicycle stand robots? Like, oh, look at me, I'm gonna deploy my bicycle stand so I can make big damage. Like I would do something like that, you know? Right now I'm just trying to justify the existing design. I'm not trying to change too much about it. He said as he painted over the entire design. But, you know, the urge to be human. Oh, that's actually a good point. That's probably where I got it from. You're right. You're right. I almost forgot myself. Are you right? Go pretty organic with these mechs. I don't want to get rid of the arm though. Like I don't know if it might trigger some of you guys, but I like the idea of it. I think it's kind of cool. Like oh, he's got two arms, and maybe the arm could be used somewhere differently. And this is like firing mode protocol. You gotta update your panels one day. We'll do it one day. We'll do it one day. It's like firing mode protocol, for example, and then you could use the arm for something else later on. I guess. So I'm thinking something along those lines, you know. Because it's kind of cool. Like you gotta admit, like a robot that has a gun arm that grabs the gun arm, that's pretty fucking sick of an idea. I like it. I really dig that idea. I think it's cool. Look at this barrel is out of perspective. Dude, let me tell you, I've been solving perspective for a while, and this is like what I want to do the least right now, because I did so much drawing for FCD submission. But it's okay. We'll do it for you. Gotta do it for my fellow Indian. Perspective's better. What type of ammunition does this robot use? Smaller robots, obviously. Requires little robots. That's one dive into your face. Dude, ammunition's actually not a bad thing to talk about actually, because in an alternate universe, you could have like a beautiful belt coming out of this robot. You know, a belt-fed giant AK-47. That would be pretty sick. It'd be cool if the arm holding the gun was a magazine. Oh, could be. That's also an idea, right? I do like this arm though. I mean, I think I want to make that work because it to me personally it seems pretty sick. But I want it to be more justified, right? So somebody said shield. I like the idea of it being like a shield. It's too big to be an AK. That's not the point, Vini. It's a giant AK, right? It's a giant AK. You don't look at a giant tortoise and say it's too big for a tortoise. Yeah, it's 776, but with like multiplied by 1,000. It's not .50 caliber. It's genuinely like 50 caliber. The magazine on the shoulder. This one's like going. It's like going in there. But then the question is, how does it reload, right? There you go, Rinsey. You and me have the same brain. How does it reload? That's a good fucking question, right? I like how we ended up in the exact same time. But yeah, how does it reload? It's a good question. Maybe it's one of those robots that just has a really big magazine and has to be manually reloaded. So then what we do is this. You see? Then now we think now this is 7-head. This is 7-head technology right now. Are you seeing this, Rinsky? Are you seeing this? Are you seeing my solutions to problems? Size conquers everything. Look at my my energy, my big gun energy. That actually looks pretty sick. Look at my Discord. My line is my first line I drew. Yeah, look at it, sure. Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Dude, this guy is gonna lay down some major daka, some daka. Nos, you beautiful bean, how's it going? Good to see you. Hello, Nos, great artist. Okay, we're doing some concept paintovers right now. You know what they say about mechs with big magazines, don't you? They got big feet, let me tell you. Okay, I'm not giving up this idea, by the way, chat. I mean, you can shit on this arm as much as you want to. My boy Spot, who worked day and night, who worked hours and hours in his day to develop this concept. You fucking disgraceful degenerates can shit on his arm, but I think it's cool. I actually genuinely think it's a really cool idea. So we're gonna try and make it work. First of all, let's bring it into perspective. How would a recoil compensating gun even work, right? Can I look towards my references for this answer? How does this compensate for recoil? Well, everything's on this sort of mobile joint over here, right? This mobile joint. So therefore, I would assume that this also has to be on some sort of mobile joint. So, how about maybe an arm that touches this way, maybe? That's an idea. The functionality is necessary. I'm trying to justify it. I'm really trying to justify it. Because it's such a cool idea. I see. Let's do some iteration, shall we? Shall we iterate this really quickly? Okay. We're gonna iterate this. You and me, chat. Alright, it's Control C, Control V. It's time to get some small boys. Oh no. What happened to him? They've massacred him. They've massacred my child. Go back up here. Okay, you're alright now. That's small enough. Just a couple of iterations. So again, I'm doing this just because this is meant to be just how to problem solve, I guess. We'll do 3. Get the boom mic sound, suspenders for shoulders. It's okay. That's an idea. Oh, alright, chat, you fucking know-it-alls. Help me with this problem. What goes on this arm? Alright, while I work on the first one, what goes on this arm? First one's gonna be just a fancier version of what's already existing. In perspective though. The reason I'm working like this is because it's quicker for me. See, this is like really basic strokes, but it fills in stuff really quickly, so this is the idea. One idea, then you should look at people holding guns to fix this problem. I think you should look at people holding guns. I don't know about that. I think you should look at guns that have recoil compensation to solve this problem. But it's an idea, right? I was thinking the cartridge would go in the rifle. The cartridge would go in the rifle on the side of the gun, and that's what the arm would hold it. Oh, okay, that's an idea. I don't mind that as well. But are you willing to give up long cartridge? Are you going to give up long boy? Inner glow? Is it possible for us to give up the long boy, the long magazine? Because I kind of dig long magazine. I think that makes a really good silhouette. Okay, that picture's loading, so I'm gonna load. Designed as a null sector bot from Overwatch 2. I was thinking about that as well, you know? For the null sector bots. It's a DNS failure in your glow when I tried to open up your link. Are you hacking me, bro? So here's one idea. I think some sort of reload mechanism. Oh my goodness! Inner glow. What have you done? What have you done, Inner glow? Oh, a side-fed gun? I get that, but yeah, we can do that, yeah. Tens, how's it going, Tens? Good to see you. I remember my first long link. I shudder at the thought. Yikes, big link. Take care of it. Can you look after stream to the line? Yeah, I look at it right after this crit, actually, Sammy. We're just gonna get through it. This is a bit of a longer one because it's a lot of design stuff going in here. I kind of like this silhouette, man. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of sick. It's kind of sick. Not gonna lie. The arm idea. I'm gonna die on this hill. And let me tell you right now, we're gonna die on the hill of this arm idea. I think it's pretty cool. I mean, this is an alternative version of it. Tell me that doesn't look cool. Tell me to my face, chat. Look me in the eyes of my soul and tell me that an arm like that, it's such a big arm as well. Tell me that doesn't look cool. James berated me. I mean, somebody's got to. It's alright. Alright, thanks, but appreciate that. Okay, so some sort of reload mechanism, I guess. How would this reload? Is a good. And maybe it just turns around, I guess. Like the entire arm could swivel that way, and then an arm could put it back in here. That would be a cool animation to see. Well, now that I googled proper way to hold AK-47, it looks kind of weird. Well, this is attached to his arm, so probably not that weird, right? How does it reload? I know, I'm asking this question, Rinsky. Don't badger me. Don't badger me, son. Alright. Yeah, I was thinking the fact that like maybe this whole setup rotates that away, and then this whole thing drops down, and then Gandalf shows up and he magically attaches a new magazine. I just watched the prequels, and I think Suppressed Childhood Memories of Order 66, it seems like I have already watched it. Oh, there you go. How's it going, John? Good to see you, buddy. Has a leg, quivers of long boys, grabs him with the actual arm, rotates the gun down and swaps him out. Or, alright, stay with me, chat. Stay with me. This is gonna get kind of intense, and I don't want to lose any of you guys. I propose to you an alternative. Alright? Here's your alternative. Why would you want to reload when you got 2 fucking guns? Eh? Why would you possibly want to reload? What's gonna survive your pure energy when you got 2 giant guns? Eh? Say about that, chat. Never expect a double gun. Not my fucking gun. There you go, nuts. Not getting it. Dude, you never expect a double gun. Comes out of nowhere, man. That's how they get you. You think he's out of bullets, but fucking bablam. He's got a brand new gun just sitting there, completely reloaded. You know about this? Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? He's got double gun. Where's your god? Where is your god? Show him to me. He doesn't exist. This robot killed him. Alright, now he's coming back for you. Akimbo, man. Let's go. Already Modern Warfare 2 in this. It's a perk. Reduce reload time 50%, increase carry load 50%, increase fire rate 50%. Increase. No, there's no reload time anymore. It's just. It's done. Double gun. Double gun. And you know what? Is reloading a problem? Then he's got little arms in his back. Again, tiny itty bitty arms. Wow. I'm feeling chat today, let me tell you. I'm just feeling chat today. I just know what you guys are gonna say. I'm just reading your minds. Nothing is safe from me. My all-powerful scrying abilities. Even you, Otaku. What you know about these little Tyrannosaurus arms? What you know about that? Are you seeing this right now? Are you seeing this Tyrannosaurus arms? That's your option number 2 right there. Double gun load, problem solved. There you go. My god, it's Kim Jong-gi. Is that Kim Jong-gi? Is that him? Just connect a bullet wire to his ass? Can you guys have some respect for this guy's quad's design, please? Because genuinely, it's good work at the very beginning. Sad? I'm not sad. What are you talking about? No, I'm good. It's a little sad, right? Torn up right now. Well, that's an idea. 2 guns is a big thing, right? 2 guns is a big thing. You can do that. Alternatively, some sort of like shock absorption unit on the side. Why don't you put ammunition on his Lego? His Lego. If he likes like Duplo or something. Okay, this is the last design. This is my last chance. Dude, you know, you gotta give it up to like the secondary ammunition coming through this side as well. I mean, come on. Like he has like a giant scythe, like a giant scythe gun. Like, are you kidding me right now? Like, how cool would that look? Also, this is what I do, by the way, when I design. I'm sorry, I don't mean to like paint over people's stuff for too long, but this is what I do in design. And I think what would be cool? Yeah, that's the science of like design, right? Something like that, maybe. This crazy scythe arm. That looks a little bit too dumb though. Ashley has a gun. Good to see you. Give the bot a drum magazine. I go eat now? Review my line after? Okay, no problem, man. Drum magazine would be a good idea. It's on the hip, so if the magazine is being loaded from the side of the arm, solution is simple. When the magazine empty, the arm takes it out and takes a new magazine from the hip. Is that true? Well, I guess it could do this, right? There and then there. Except there's no spare magazines, but... Oh, there is a spare magazine. Got debated. That's a big true right there. Big true. We've created a problem. Actually, we haven't created a problem. I mean, the problem's already... It's still solved in my design, isn't it? It's still solved here, as long as I maintain the arm. We even have a box. The box has ammo in it. It's going well, James. How about you? Just doing a bit of... Well, there you go, chat. The problem was solved even before you knew about it. So if I put an arm over here, then it's solved. So we're back in Arm City, baby. And he has 2 fingers because he's a robot. Robots have 2 fingers. What is that clip, DT? We'll keep the design logic fairly similar. Maybe there's a platform that can be loaded with multiple guns, let's say. But for now, it's loaded with this reloading slash stabilization, like stabilizing element, I guess. So let's, how would this be braced, for example? Probably be braced down there and then up there, right? I think right now I'm gonna go with Shrimp's thought about how do you hold an AK-47. R2D2 Scream is the cutest thing ever? I don't know about that. What's wrong with your sound today? Is there something wrong with my sound? Can I get a confirmation, please? I don't think there is, but if there is, somebody tell me. AK-47, race. Is there something wrong with my sound? Sounds good to me, all green. Well, there you go. Unless I've always sounded weird and then people are just, and you're just hearing my real voice for the first time, Rianne. It's perfect. It's perfect. I wouldn't go that far. But it is appreciated. Alright, let's get this epic dude. Holding a gun. To me, you sound like underwater. Do I really? Guess you found out. Okay, so it has something like that. Can't hear James perfect. That's the ideal circumstance in the stream. Just watch me paint, don't watch me. Don't hear me speak. I'll do something like that, something like that. This is like the way that I did, right? Kind of just fill in the space and then justify the space, basically. So I can solve the perspective as well. Sorry, don't worry about it. You did, how would you know? How would you know it's only a problem that only you have? Alright, refresh and see if that helps you. It might be some of the frame dropping that's been happening. It's possible. Here, introduce a hinge joint. Elbow. Here's a problem on, he turns on the mic when he speaks, turns it off when he's silent. He has a program. It's cutting a bit. Okay, if it's cutting a bit, that's not acceptable. Let me fix that. I can fix it by just talking louder, but I can also fix the cutting if it's happening. Maybe I'll just move my mic closer. Hold on. Yeah, it shouldn't be cutting. The mic's closer right now, so we should not have that problem anymore. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to do it. And that's scare you guys like that. Okay, so just a bit more of a justified arm right there is what I'm changing right now. The little bits and pieces can be, of course, altered. This is a strange perspective, so it's going to look a little bit awkward. And this is alright, I wouldn't call this a very good change. One of the things you could do. I feel like it's not super well braced. Also, it can be very better justified as well. Bring in more joint and stuff. Oh my, that's way better. Is it really way better? Alright. Well, there you go, chat. Thank Rianne for her services for you today. That's an idea to justify the arm a little bit better. Way better? Oh, awesome. That's good. I'm gonna throw in a rotational joint right over there. I'm gonna just finish this up really quickly because we have a few more crits to do. And if you don't want to add more information, you can just block stuff out and people will fill the gaps by themselves. But just to leave a room for that to actually happen, I'm gonna do that. And of course, all of these are going to be parts that are going to be manufactured, therefore they need to have an ability to be assembled and disassembled. So putting in entry ports, putting in screws, putting in fastening elements, really important to do that. Makers, like manufacturers' marks, for example, LED lights, wires that connect certain things, like magazines, for example, put in more magazines because it needs to reload more, for example. So for instance, right over here, it's a good room, for example, to put in like an entire case of magazines, for example. right on the side, for instance. Right over there could be like a good option to do that. Maybe not just one, but multiple. Stuff like that. I gave it some eyes right over there. Eyes to peek at you with. And of course, again, the machine parts. Machine parts always, they're going to have some sort of element on top of it. Even if people are not going to be exactly very privy as to these kind of things, necessary to put them somewhere in a way that makes sense. Someplace, you know? The hinge joints are the same way. Like, people need to understand that things can move in a certain angle, so justifying that kind of movement is really important. It's one of those things that you can't get too lost on. Also, I have some iterations down there that I'm going to get rid of now. That. My final painting. And over here as well, I've introduced this kind of shape language with this exposed panel, so I'm just going around and just adding that. I'm just unifying the element basically. So by unifying, I mean I did something somewhere, so now I'm going to do it in more places, just so that it fits better. For example, I can do it right here on the shoulder joint, for example. I could kind of make it so that this is almost ambidextrous, if that makes any sense. It could potentially house the gun here in the future. It's a panel that kind of breaks the silhouette. Silhouette breaking is important. Always look to break the silhouette. Don't do so in a way that ruins your perspective, like I just did. I'm still gonna be here, but got you on the speaker, so I'll be lurking. I appreciate that, thank you. I hope you're doing well, Ashley. Always looking at your stories on Instagram, your adventures and whatnot. Always a fun thing for me. Keep on doing what you're doing. Right over there. There you go. That's like the full change for sketch phase, basically. So that I changed the design, so we went from that to that. So a lot more like grounded, like the perspective has been fixed a lot more. I wouldn't say it's perfect by any means, but it's been heavily fixed. So one of the big things I would say for kind of avoiding big issues with perspective, one of the cheats you can do is, instead of working everything hard surface like that, drawing a bunch of shapes like this, maybe consider drawing a bunch of shapes like this instead, to do shapes that have curve to them. These are easy to solve for perspective, way easy to solve a curve. Alright. I need to make a story with a few of your work again. Angry Boy was too cute. I'm glad you liked Angry Boy. We did this cheetah earlier today. See? That's Mandalorian. I drew this right here. This cheetah and this and her little son right there. It's gonna be on the Instagram later. We didn't end up using too much of our references, by the way. Always use your references. So stuff like wires, for example, you can kind of grab like exactly how that happens. And little things like this, for example, like this framework for things to be built on. That's very common for robots. So you can, it's very like modular. So you can just put stuff on the framework. So that's pretty common on like multi-purpose robots, for example. And from this, you can kind of get a good design philosophy of, first of all, how the joints work on the shoulders, and how this camera mount works basically with this rotational joint over there, and how you have this kind of areas of calm versus areas of noise, which is very common for robots. So again, really consider like what you're drawing. Did you like build robots since you're in electronics? Yes, I built a few robots actually. I built a solar powered ball finding, ball shooting goal detection robot. It's run on both neural networks and also image processing. Did that earlier this year. It was a very big project. I had to 3D print a bunch of parts for it. So here's like my alternative version of this design, basically. That fixes a lot of the issues, I guess. Adds like that much needed detail, I guess. Some of the ideas are a little bit out there, I feel like, but for the most part, I feel like the changes are positive. and more than that, just the ideas and how we justify those changes and how we kind of came about them, I think is way more valuable to you than the changes themselves. Because right now it's like very sketchy still, and that's how I like to work. And we need to do a bunch of cleanup to make sure that it gets to like a finalized level. But again, you can keep just grabbing stuff from what you see. For instance, I like that red strip, for example. I think that red strip is cool. So again, you see something that's cool and it can fit in your design. Maybe just put it in your design, right? So maybe that red strip can go right over there. A couple more notes about the drawing in general is that the design is a little bit too homogeneous, right? It's a bit too homogeneous in terms of the color space. So we can add more colors, more local colors. Look at that change, how much it added to the piece. Suddenly it's more lively, more believable. But we want to really think about maybe adding a little bit more in terms of colors to the piece. A bit too homogeneous at the moment. Also, I'm kind of liking the idea of this entire head kind of being hinged. Maybe some paint. That would be a good idea, right? Just some paint to kind of differentiate it. Because you don't want things to. I mean, it is a design. It is a design, but at the same time, you still want your designs to be appealing. So, kind of important to think about that. Also, think about more plane transitions. Don't be so strict with your shapes, right? Kind of get that basic idea. I think what's going to really help you is that when you're doing your design in Sketch, like don't just like draw a cube and then stick, like don't draw a perfect cube and then draw a perfect other cube in perspective. Be really loose with your initial sketches, and then from there you can get all sorts of interesting designs, right? You can get really interesting designs from loose sketching, because the tighter you are, the less chance you're going to have of discovering things organically, and maybe your design's going to suffer from it, right? So the more looser you are, the more chance you have to get something that's really like kind of has a lot of elements in it that can make up for like a really good design. Stuff like that, for example, just kind of pull something out of nowhere and then use what you understand from your reference to kind of like justify the design. Like I do a weird turtle head just now, right? A weird turtle head, stuff like that. So be a little bit looser with initial, okay? Because when you're doing your sketches, because a lot of the things that we solved just now were not just problems with the way the design has been justified, but really with the design itself, okay? So a lot of design problems have been solved right now. So think about it that way. So don't be so strict with yourself, okay? Especially in the sketch phase, don't think about perspective, don't think about anything except for the design when you're doing silhouettes. So like if you look at my silhouettes over here, like a lot of the, like I've really tried to solve perspective, but stuff like this, for example, this dick-shaped submarine, I mean, look at how wonky this is. It's got a curve that way. Like a lot of, like, look at the, this is actually way too detailed for thumbnails, but the perspective on this, this corpse thing is off, this coffin right there. So just be really loose, that's the point of the thumbnail phase. And this could put like as much information as you can, I guess. As many ideas as you can. So for example, for this like Maasai warrior thing that I just did, so I was really loose, but I iterated heavily. Like this was my first one, which is why it looks like trash. And then I kept drawing, kept getting different versions. Ultimately, I think this was a really cool design. I'm going to be really happy to render this out and copy other artists' mechs. I say definitely learn from other artists' mechs. Yeah, I think that's a fairly decent point to put in there. So I definitely learned a lot about how people, because the thing is, learning how people like existing people resolve certain joints has really helped me a lot. Like I would not be able to draw this so freely and so quickly if I didn't study a lot of people that did work like that. So definitely your master study is always going to be useful. It's always going to be a good thing to look at. Don't shirk on those. These bolts remind me of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Technology is so extreme. There's good control, molecular level. Bing brings on deck. They use bolts. So ridiculous. Same thing I see future robots assemble using bolts. I would expect something much more advanced. You would expect it, yeah, true enough. But the thing is, it needs to be believable. So again, they need to add that believability element to all their designs. So again, it goes back to the idea of, okay, well, I need to know how stuff is attached. I can't just believe it in general. So that's why it goes back to nuts and bolts. Even things in the far future, for example, like Warhammer 40k, for instance. Look at stuff like Star Wars, for instance. So even all those IPs, they still have like all these believable elements on them. So it's really important. Like Lucas was very strong about this idea. He said, I want to have a grounded universe. I don't want to have some sort of random arbitrary universe. I want to have a grounded universe. which is why a lot of the mechanics, for example, they make a lot of sense. Like the mechanics for General Grievous, for example, it makes perfect sense actually because it was done very very well. Feng Zhu actually, we've been talking about him for a while now. He did the designs, the mechanical designs for Feng Zhu for General Grievous rather. That he did. Nerd, listen, Nas, alright? You're right. You're right. Just take it and go, alright? You can add like a harness, like there's so many things you can add here, right? Add like a harness for the gun right there. So just like you have a beautiful idea already, like a really cool idea. Like just the things that justify it will add a lot of detail to it. And then while you're justifying stuff, or while you're being loose with your thumbnailing, for example, while you're doing your iterations. I would love to see your iterations, by the way. I'd love to see your sketches. You should post them in the Discord. But be loose in that stage. Don't be super bogged down. Maybe this is how it like attaches, I guess. I like separated shapes like that. It reminds me of Dead Space. I'm a big fan of Dead Space. Do you like those games? So when I add elements like that, I want to add them elsewhere as well to justify the design. Like I want to add them over here now. Make it cooler. So you see, that's how like the design informs itself basically. Now we have like a lot of places to add more detail in if we need to, and we already have a lot of like interesting design, interesting silhouette ideas. So there you go, man. Long paint over for you, but a lot of good things to talk about. Star Wars, the VFX is so good. Some of the wars look better than today. Game of Thrones Night War. Yeah, I mean the special effects were groundbreaking, right? I didn't like how much they were used later on in the films, but definitely like really groundbreaking stuff. What's really cool about it is that the way they did it, like, I mean, if you watch VFX artists react from Corridor Digital, they talk about how they kind of really surmounted, or rather they surpassed the technology at their time by doing stuff like photo mapping, for example. They mapped photographs of canyons and stuff to their to the actual CG canyons to give them a realistic look, for example, for the pod racing scene. Stuff like that. I meant the prequels? Oh, you meant the original trilogy, that means. So you're talking about the original Star Wars. All of that stuff was practical. There you go, Spot. Hopefully that was insightful, the paint over. I know we kind of tracked a little bit, but I think we solved a lot of the problems, I feel like, with the design. But it still looks a little bit generic, which is not the worst thing in the world, honestly. I mean, if it looks generic, sometimes it's almost a good thing, for design, at least for design portfolios, because the idea itself is okay. Just the way that I've gone about solving the idea is a generic solving of the idea, but the idea itself is fairly okay. It's a little bit simple, but it's perfectly fine for what you're trying to do right now. You're trying to learn, get better with this this whole idea. So I feel like for that, it's quite good. I got Pod Racer for N64. I got Pod Racer for the PC. I thought it was a really good game. I have completed that game several times. Is it like a masterclass, James? Well, I hope you got something good. It'll be on the YouTube as well. But it was a lot of fun doing this. So after that, of course, you know what the phase is. Have you designed that? Yeah, we didn't design this particularly. This was from Spod in the chat. So Spod Twitch, go follow his work. Really good artist. Really cool. But we started from this like little base idea over here. So I talked about the joints and stuff, Spod. So hopefully that was in there. But yeah, so just really justifying the design strongly, fixing the perspective on it, and yeah, really trying to just show you what the idea could potentially be, I guess. I don't think I did a terrible job at it. Probably could have done a better job. But I do think it's an improvement on the original, which is what matters. But yeah, some of the concepts in there I think are really important. So I'll give this this finished file. Yes. So just so you know what the stages are beyond this, I'll just quickly go through them. The next stage immediately after this is you're gonna just grab what you just did and you're gonna cut the opacity. Do this really quickly. I'm just gonna fill this in. Also, keep the background really simple, by the way. Keep it really simple. Don't do gradients or stuff. I mean, do a gradient maybe. A gradient is simple. but don't do like these wavy fuzzy stuff. I don't see that in anybody's portfolio, so it might just mess up the overall page. Just like a simple square or something like that behind that would look nice. So this is the stage after that, by the way. So if you want to do this, with line, if you're a line-based artist, I know some people are line-based artists, you would cut the opacity and you would just make a clean line sketch out of this. It would justify all the parts, for example. So for example, let's say right over here, for this portion, I would draw a line sketch for this. So I'd first fix the perspective on it, if there's any perspective issues. So go nice little graceful, clean strokes like that, for example. Make sure my line weight is good, make sure the perspective lines up. So just going around and cleaning stuff, ensuring that things are placed well, ensuring that things have, for example, right over here, I need a hinge joint to make sure that this actually can open and close. So I add a hinge joint right over there, like that, for example. The hinge joint added, I make sure it goes well into the hinge joint. Right over there. Now that the hinge joint works properly, right? It's not motorized, of course. I'm going to leave it non-motorized. Right over there. There's a recess for this. Perhaps inside there's some information, but I'm just going to make it dark right now. Right, and also inside here, now this has to have a thickness. This plate has to have a thickness because it's a thick plate. So we add some thickness to the plate right over there. And now the internal mechanics have to be handled. So the internal mechanics would say that, okay, well, there's probably going to be a ball socket joint somewhere over here. So add a notion for the ball socket joint. It goes right over there. There's going to be a secondary joint that goes through here. That goes right over there. So that's a secondary control joint for support. Right over there. It's going to go right over there, maybe. It's going to be circuitry, so I'll have one large wire bus. A bus going through. A bus, you can think about it as a collection of wires for you guys that don't take electronics. We'll have like a large bus, large collection of wires surrounded by tape, for example. Something like that right there. And then also a hint towards the mechanics, so this becomes partially covered right over there. And I have a joint moving downwards. Something like that. Easy. And then something to attach stuff with. So it attaches right over there. It attaches to the plate. And then attach to the plate right over there as well. Fix the perspective of the chest piece right over there, for example. And same thing goes for the camera. So now you fix the perspective of the camera and you add more information to it. For example, the lens probably has to detach. So you add a detachable nature to the lens. The lens can be replaced, for instance. Add a cap on top. Add screws to it, add an access panel to the side, so the footage can be retrieved. Fix the perspective on this, make sure that there is suitable inputs on the side, wire that comes out of it. So you can just get lost in this, right? So if you know this if you've done this enough times, you can just get lost in it and just keep putting information. But you see, like, it adds a lot to the design, right? Like, see how cool that looks? See where we went from? That's the next stage, just so you know. So you justify your justification, basically. So that's how you get that intricate, like super realistic design, is that you do stuff like this, basically. Moon, how's it going, man? Thanks for the shout out to Moon. Azar, how's it going, dude? That you missed it? No, man, I'm still here. But this is the next stage, okay? Just so you understand that. So again, wires going out here. Probably again, same deal with this. Probably has to get something over there. It probably needs a support from this camera. Or maybe it comes out of this camera, you know? Maybe it comes out of this camera. So this camera has like a little... This actually doesn't make too much sense, to be honest, because where's the information in the first camera? But again, this is like rule of cool stuff. Again, if I said the word rule of cool, by the way, it means that sometimes it's better to make something look cool than to make it look realistic, I guess. Not all the time, but sometimes. It's a very bad piece of advice to keep the beginners, by the way. If you're a beginner, don't take that advice. I'm really good. Been busy lately. Felt like taking some time today to listen to your smooth and calm voice. Well, I appreciate that. Welcome. Stuff like that, alright? So, rule of cool. Fix the perspective, of course. Fix it with line if you're good with line. Fix it with shape if you're good with shape. I'm good with shape, so I fix it with shape. line on top. You see that, right? Like it's adding a lot to the overall painting. So ultimately, like look at the changes we just did. I mean, that's the reason we like leave that to later on in the design. But that's what you're going to be looking forward to doing, is really, really thinking about how to justify the design even further to bring it to that finished level. Because when it's at this level, then the 3D modeler's job becomes so much easier, right? Because now he knows where the rigging needs to go, where the bones need to go, all that stuff for the 3D models. So that's why you do this stage over there. So you're going to have a sketch like that, basically, a much cleaner version than that, of course, because I'm doing this on stream. But that's how you do it, okay? And the more you know about like mechanics of this, the more examples you've seen, the easier it's going to be to do this. But remember, the earlier stage has to be way looser, okay? So be looser with the iterations. Whose work is this? Amazing work. This is Spod right there. This is Spod's. I'm giving him a paint over. This was his original design. So Spod's like me. He wants to be a concept artist someday, so I'm just helping him out with what the design could look like. Just fixing the perspective, adding elements to it that we're missing, adding details where we could add in. This is bringing it to like a bit more of a professional level. All right, at least for ideas, maybe not for finish. But there you go, man. Just to give you an idea of what happens after this stage, because I think that's important to talk about, right? Because I can't just leave. You can't leave everything at this stage. And then like, don't worry about this view. Maybe 3/4 is already a difficult thing to draw, because with 3/4 you have to handle perspective, and perspective is not an easy thing to do. So if you're not comfortable with this, it's very acceptable to just have a T-pose, for example, for a character like this. It's not the flashiest thing in your portfolio, but if you want to just focus on design and keep every element separate, there's nothing wrong with doing things in silhouette stage and just having a very, very detailed silhouette in like a T-pose and then doing an illustration based on it. That's fine. Also acceptable, I feel like. Most people do 3/4 because it's just one drawing. You don't have to wait through an entire orthographic. But yeah, I mean, you can do it whichever way you prefer. I've done both, and both are in my portfolio. So I've done 3/4. And 3/4 are not easy. They're never easy. They take the most amount of time out of anything. So it's a good thing to get good at. Definitely a good thing to get good at. Also, so many perspective issues, even for my drawing. But again, that was my sketch phase, right? So in the next phase is where we fix everything like that. So that looks like a really clean, fairly perspectively accurate drawing right there. That's how you do for the entire thing. Cheers, Azar. I got some critique from Scroll Channel about my... okay, I need to read that because it scrolled. What did you say? Got some critique from Scroll Channel and Angie for my hands. Watch focus videos and hand to with notes. Feels like my hands are worse now because there's so much new info. The more I do, the more I understand. 25 hands to do today. Alright. We're satisfying the slice with the saber. Do that cross section. Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna hand this over to you, Spot. But yeah, an example for you. That in the Twitch, I'm sorry, in the Discord for you. Long one, huh? Yeah, but we can look at those hands. And yeah, that's a very common thing to happen. The idea that when you get new information, you tend to get distracted, you forget some fundamentals. So your drawing might suffer for it. Do you need a link? You want to look at the line? Yeah, let's look at the line. Why not? Where did you post it? Work in progress, I think. Ooh, nice. I like it. Very nice. Very Iron Blaze. The next few crits quite quickly. This was a very good crit for me to do personally, so I took a lot of time because I learned a lot from this stuff. So the more perspective I get to fix, the more designs you get to improve, the better I will become. So that's why I spent a lot of time on this crit, because it's basically I'm doing my own mech design. Very nice, man. Good stuff. What was this? I think it's going really well. Quite like that. Take a drink of water first. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this. So it's a work in progress. I'm not quite sure how you're going to go with the rendering, but I think I don't have much to say about the overall line drawing. Are you having a problem with something particular? I think it's going quite well. It's harder for me to critique stylized stuff when there's no rendering on it, because the rendering is going to be what's going to be realistic about it. But the drawing, since it's stylized, I mean, we can go into line anatomy and talk about whether there's something wrong or right about that. For line anatomy in particular, I would definitely like to see something like this on here, because very typical for lions is to have an additional bit of mane like that. So I would prefer to see that in this design as well. Like the lighting, I don't see lighting on this right now, at least. I would definitely prefer to have something like that right there. It brings it more liony. This is being a stickler with elements that we could add to the piece. I'd definitely throw in something like this. I think this is something we could add if we want to go a little bit more accurate, because that's how the mane kind of curves around the ears. Princess Amidala lion? Nah, Princess Amidala will be right there. But this is how the actual lion's fur kind of curves around the head. You have this very distinct shape from that separates from the head that I want to always see in the line drawings. Right over there, it's a good idea. If you want to go ahead and add additional elements, because it is kind of lacking in there. It's like that blank space that can be filled, because the mane flows outward, like from the front, the line would look like that, right? So this area that we just drew, that accounts for a lot of the mass that you see all the way up to the line's head through these large kind of sideburns. Really, really important. So if you want to go for like more elements from nature, that would be a good thing to add. Need to go, I'll be lurking from time to time, no problem, Rian. Fine. Can add that, definitely. I definitely want to see this area over here a little bit lighter, perhaps. And for the jaw, I don't like how weak the jaw is, personally. Yes, shrimp. I don't like how the jaw is like weak, personally, because lions have a really, really large, like super, super pronounced jaw. And you've exaggerated like this shape up here, so where the clavicle goes and where the eye goes, and that's fine for a stylization. But maybe I would add a little bit more information right there about just how this actually terminates. So maybe, because this is stylistic, but I would consider throwing in more mass down there, I feel like. It does mess with the flow of the drawing, though. I don't like that little change. But again, if you want to be more realistic with it, definitely would add more mass right there, because it's a very, very big muscle group right there. So maybe I would resolve it like this instead. I would have it go in and then out. To get that big, powerful jaw muscle in there, that masseter muscle, what it's called. Definitely want to see that a bit more strongly. Again, now we're going to preference territory, right? More preference territory. But that's how that happens. I do like the change from lighter to darker. It's a good change. I like it when the manes are two colors, because that signifies that the line's aging. Because that's what happens to their manes when they age. I think beyond that, not much at this stage. I like the drawing. I like the simplification. It's good. I will have a lot to say about the rendering when it's done, because the rendering is going to be the realistic part of this. Because people, when they say I want to draw something stylized, they mean I want to draw proportional stylization, but I don't want to light it stylized. I want to light it realistically. So when you light this, I'll have a lot more to say, I feel like. But again, I'm not quite sure exactly where you're going to go for your lighting. For this particular piece, depending on the mood you want to set, maybe a very common thing would be just light it this way, right? You get a good cast shadow down here. Get some good shadow shapes across here, maybe a bit of rim lighting right over there. And you get a nice little shadow shape right over there, shadow shape right over there, and a nice shadow shape across the mane like that. That might look good for the entire piece. Shadows like that, most likely. A bit right there. And that would work. That way will be okay. Alternatively, if it's like a devious piece, have it be lit from the bottom, also possible. Have the eyes be a little glowing, for example. Have a shadow shape like this, for instance. There's a cross. that goes like that. This probably doesn't make too much sense to you if you don't draw shadow shapes. No, I just realized. So maybe we won't do that. So let's just say simply, lighting comes from here, you know, like a magnificent, majestic piece. Comes from here, like an evil, pondering piece. Because lighting does matter. Knowing how to light your characters, really important thing to consider, because it'll change the entire mood of your piece. Lighting has a very, very strong impact on mood. Value, and also color, for example. Big impact on the mood of the piece. So, not easy to decide, so hopefully you decide well. But if you stick to a very cartoony kind of look, I mean, the lighting's not going to be too much of a problem. But if you want to go to like an Iron Blaze degree of finish, then Iron Blaze does paint, it is light stuff realistically, so think about stuff really strongly. And if you want to do a very Iron Blazy thing, just as a final note, a very Iron Blazy thing to light your characters is to do something like this, for example. You go ahead and you do an adjustment, and all you have to do is bring stuff, that's a saturation adjustment, we'll do a lightness adjustment. We bring stuff down severely, like that. So Iron Blaze is a big fan of light bands, so we can add a light band in there. It's a very Blaze thing to do. So a light band basically is the idea that there's maybe like a cloud or something somewhere in the sky. We have a streak of light hitting in a particular area, so we can have like a streak of light hitting, for example, the head right over there. And the rest is going to be in shadow. So we unify that really quickly. Got to unify what you put on your canvas. Maybe not unify that hard. The background not as light. But this is a very Blaze thing to do. It's seen a lot of his work. You can do it like that, selectively lighting your piece. Adds an extra dynamic to the piece, which is why he does it. I think that's a smart thing to do. Because maintain your shadows even in the light. So suddenly we add the sense of, oh, it's a dramatically lit piece because the lighting is a bit more specific. Right, that's an idea that you can go for. And usually when he does this, by the way, let me just amp this idea a bit further. So just to explain a bit more about Blaze's, a lot of his style for some of his pieces, is that when he does this, he also does this very neat little trick where he balances it out so that there's a temperature difference between the lights and the colds, sorry, the lights and the darks. So therefore, his shadows over here will be maybe a lot more bluer, and his lights will be maybe a bit more warmer. Really up the warm color of the piece, basically. And then, of course, justify with paint later on. So, justify with the fundamentals of painting. So, therefore, the more you go upwards, the more of this yellow you're going to get. And the more you're pointed towards this cool light source, because there's going to be a cool light source in here, you're going to get a little bit of these elements cool through the piece. Just in those areas that are pointing towards the diffuse light source. So that's basically what rendering you're looking forward to doing. Of course, these areas over here will be quite light. Up that separation of light and dark, basically. So you could quickly get like a render out of this. This kind of idea. Right? I got a really quick idea on how this would happen. Jesus are, thanks man. Desaturated right there. There you go. Something like that would be what I would expect. And just to kind of bring it into more of an Iron Blaze, that's why I'm just doing a little bit of a picture right there. Just gonna give you that idea. So like this little transition over here, for example, is a very Blaze thing. I would see it all the time. There's a little lip over there pointing upwards. A little bit of this over here. I get a lot more blue on the desaturated elements of the white, for example. Get a lot more blue there because desaturated elements tend to take on more of the light source characteristic. This one over here won't take nearly as much blue as this one over here, because this one over here is down facing, this one over here is up facing. This one will be a lot warmer. This will be nice and cool. Just giving you like every step of the way, every stage basically. It'll be nice and cool up here. You kind of see that beautiful warm, which is cool now, because I have my saturated elements in there now. So that's how you can bring that beautiful like amount of color to the piece. You have so many things to play with now. And of course, to finish a little bit, I would add a lot of beautiful Fresnel light towards the edge. Especially when appropriate, maybe not appropriate right there, but over here it's appropriate. Basically a lot of like this, something like that, for example. Adds a beautiful amount of finish to the piece. Same thing down here as well, there'll be a little bit of Fresnel. Do I have a better brush for this? Probably do. The one I was using was too sickly brush right there. Even down the little wrap around a little bit. So just like a really quick idea of like everything that's going to go into this piece, like I said before. And the same thing for the main as well. Don't be afraid of doing that. The main's going to have some subsurface scattering in there. A little bit of it, so that's going to go a little bit warmer. So just showing you all the color dynamics basically. You'll have ideas like that most likely. Ideas like this over here. But now you have like a beautiful range of colors to work with. And you have light and shadow and value to work with. There you go, ideas like that. Also, tendons, they are not very hot, are they? Like I'm feeling them, I know they're this bone under, but like the area over my heel is pretty hard. I'm confused. Lidl? Lidl is force and speak for bad or inferior basically. There you go, man. I saw a good real-life non-skin example of subsurface scattering. Was it on a stone, for example, or marble, for example? It's usually a good one. But there you go, man. Some examples of what it could be, for example. Just like a quick, all elements sort of paint over right there. Just to give you an idea of like the spaces you can work with to take your piece. Hopefully you found that helpful. Just submitting. I do digital art for 12 weeks. Good for you, man. Doing well. Close that. No problem, dude. Good job. You're doing really well. Have tendons in the hands? I wouldn't care about tendons all that much right now. I feel like your drawing in the hands itself needs to be. Let's get ours in here. A lot we can say. We'll just quickly go over it though. Solmer, welcome back, man. So don't like think about tendons right now because it's putting the cart before the horse right there. Hope you're alright, by the way, Solmer. Okay, let's look at a couple of stuff and I'll try to analyze what we're kind of missing here. Like we seem to be missing a few key members of the team. You tore a muscle, Jesus, where was it?
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
These are a few days old. Want to show me some new ones? Thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate you. We're doing some crits. Want to do some work? We just painted this beautiful cheetah right there. And here's a Death Stranding Mandalorian paint over concept that I'm going to be probably working on later today. And here's a wolf that I painted yesterday. It's a very angry wolf. He's an angry boofer. I did some paint overs. A lot of fun stuff. I haven't gotten to do much new stuff.
Fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Thanks, Lizdel. I appreciate you. I haven't gotten to do much new stuff in the past. Sorry, I'm catching up. Basically, I fell behind. Okay. So, drawing hands, always very, very insurmountable, annoying, really, really, oh my god, I hate this, please make it stop problem. that people have, mainly because why are things difficult to draw sometimes? Because people understand some things better than other things. Like for example, a face is complex, and everybody knows what a face looks like, so that's why everybody can know if a face is wrong. Some things like the roots of a tree, coral, scales on a fish, fur on a dog, for example, very ambiguous, a lot of room for error, so not as hard to draw, right? But hands are intricate and they're very specific, and we know how specific they are, which is why hands are problematic, because they're hard to draw and it's easy to see if they're wrong, right? So with that said, that's why they're difficult. What can we do to fix this, right? So a couple of things to talk about the hand in general. I don't know how deep you got into the anatomy, but we can talk about the stuff that's functionally important, right? So what is a hand made of? So a couple of things. I'm going to talk about this because you're missing something really important here. But we can talk about what the hand is made of just really quickly. Right, so what are we expecting? So there are a few things to remember here. You don't have to remember the names, but just remember that they're there. So you think about these few key elements right over there. So what are they called? That's called carpus or carpal. Carpal tunnel happens right over here, because if you look at this from the front, it's like that, basically, a very simplified form. And the nerves that control your hand go through that tunnel, right? They piggyback on your bone, your radius ulna, and they go through that tunnel into your hand, basically. And that's basically how you get carpal tunnel, because if your hand's in a weird position, it's going to impinge and it's going to create all sorts of havoc right there. Right, that's a carpus or carpal. This is metacarpal, metacarp. And this over here is your phalange. Is it phalange with a PH? I think it is. I don't remember, but it is. So basically there's 1, 2, 3. That's what's really important, because a lot of these drawings, I feel like there's a very distinct lack of carpal information. Because look at this, for example. Like, it just goes straight into the arm, and I hate that. I think it's a big mistake right there. It's a fundamental thing that could be improved. Like, I want to see a break there, even if I don't see it on the reference. I want to see some break over there, because it adds believability, and I almost guarantee that it is in the reference, right? Because we have these little bumps right there, but the important thing is there's going to be a planal shift for a lot of these. Like, this is fairly okay, but there's going to be a slight planal shift in perspective that I really want that to be highlighted in the arms, because otherwise things look really detached and I don't like it. Right? So there's going to be a carpal shift, because what happens when the arm is moving, for example, when I draw an arm from any direction, like for example, let's just draw a random example of a hand, right? There you go. So it's not just a question of, when I box this out, it's not just a question of doing it this way, like one box goes into the other box directly. That's not really how it works, right? There's a transition in between these two boxes. I'm going to simplify them. There's a transition in between here, and what solves the transition is the carpus. The carpus is a bridge. So for example, if the hand of the arm is going this way, or just your arm is going this way, and the hand is going this way, right? The carpal is going to be in the middle to make that bridge happen, right? So it's going to be like that. So you have something in the middle, so it goes for like 45-degree angle, and then it goes into the hand, right? Then it goes into the hand. Like that. This kind of idea. That's what I wanted you to think about. Like that's a function of the carpus right there. Then it goes into the hand, right? So that little curve thing is super important. That's what it does. Right? It gives you that bridge, because if you didn't have that bridge, it'd look really awkward. Even right now, it looks awkward because from the perspective correctly. But that's the idea, right? You have that little bridge that goes in there. Really important to put that in there. Okay, so next thing. Talk about the lengths in general. I don't like to be a stickler for lengths too much, but if you want to talk about just general rules of thumb, this length of the metacarpus right there, it's going to be about the approximate length of the fingers. Okay, so this entire length from the base, maybe a little bit of the carpus as well, it's going to be about the same as this whole length. So basically, if you measure out, just take your own hand right now, measure from the base of your palm all the way up to, let's just say, your hand, to the base of your fingers, and you move it up, it's about as slightly longer perhaps than your longest finger. So it gives you a good room to kind of figure out how long your fingers are going to be outstretched when you just transfer the distance upwards. There's also a similar rule up here for the phalanges, where this distance is about equivalent to this distance, roughly. Remember, all this is going to be in curves eventually, but just roughly. So this distance is equal to this, and then this distance is equal to this, because right now, specifically, you have your phalange over here, and your fingertip over there. That's the bones right there. And over here you have your metacarpal, and over here you have a carpus. What the anatomy is like. Right? And all of the fingers. The thumb as well, the thumb comes from, also a very common mistake people make, I don't think you made it. The thumb comes from the carpus right there, so it has a metacarpal. And it goes upwards that way. So don't forget that about thumb. So sometimes over here, that seems like it's a little bit awkward. A bit too forward facing maybe. Okay, so that's basically the anatomy. That's basically functionally about the skeletal system you need to know. Things that you may not know about the musculature, for example. There are only 3 major muscle groups that you have to be thinking about when drawing the entire hand. 3 major ones, a bunch of minor ones, but the major ones are over here. So one's right over there. This one connects right over there, actually connects to the base of the thumb. This one right there. This one connects to the base of the pinky, right over there. And on the top of the thumb, top of the hand, right over there, that's your third major one. Carpus is meant to bridge or transition between one part of the skeleton to the other. Well, it's not everywhere. Carpus is part of the hand, same way that the tarsus is part of the foot. But that's how you want to be thinking about it, because like look at your own hand, right? So look at the way that it transitions from your radius ulna to your carpus. I'm sorry, to your metacarpal. It doesn't happen. I mean, it's not this, right? It's not this. That's not what happens. What happens is this. So there's this area right there. So it goes from there to there to there. That's metacarpal. I'm sorry, that's carpal, that's metacarpal. That's what happens. So look at your arm properly and then tell me. So it's not this, it's this. That curve is facilitated by this, by the metacarpal. I'm sorry, by the carpal, I can think of. Feet are similar to hands apparently. They also have metacarpals and shit. They have tarsals. There's a tarsal and metatarsal and also phalange in the. That's a tarsal. Tarsal is for foot. Okay, so the major muscle groups again, just to reiterate that, is right over here is one, right over here is another. So it's 2 ones right over there, 2 major ones on your palm. The last one is right over here to control the thumb. That's this one over here. Those are your 3 major muscle groups. It's going to be what you're going to be watching out for in your references for plane breaks. Okay, those are the 3 major muscle groups. Really important to take note of them, and also figure out where they attach. What you take away for thumbs? Thumbs in general, thumbs cannot rotate this way. They rotate downwards. So when there's articulation in the thumb can't articulate reversely like this. Like this doesn't make any sense, these planes, because the thumb can't go up there too much. It can go slightly, but not this much. So this is wrong. So drawing a thumb like this is incorrect. The thumb has a limited range of motion. Very, very important. Also, the length of the thumb is about equivalent to the length of the pinky, so I will make sure those are kind of in perspective. Those are kind of relatively equivalent with perspective and consideration. It's a big one. Also, the thumb itself is going to be the major like shape changer on the hand, because the thumb has 2 major muscle groups that control it. So you have the one over here and the one on top. So basically, a lot of the deformation that happens in the hand happens from the thumb. So try and like move just your fingers around and then see how much it changes like the topography of your hand, and then move your thumb around and see how much it changes that big area right over there. It completely changes the topography. It's a really big mover. Another big one is the fact that the thumb, all fingers follow a basic idea of this. It's like a basic notion of all fingers. They follow this kind of general gesture. The thumb is a little bit it's similar to this, but the gesture always has to be maintained that the tip of the thumb, it goes like that. That's always going to be the gesture. For a finger, it's a little bit more forgiving. It's a little bit more rounded. But the thumb is really, it goes like that. It's very, very houndstooth. This kind of idea for the thumb. So if I don't see the thumb like that, I usually correct it. I feel like it really helps to read that is indeed a thumb. A lot more angled. But the after the crit from Angie and Wolf. What do you have for me? What is this? That's a bunch of notes. I'm not gonna read these notes. At least you're taking notes, that's a good thing. Yeah, ristus carpus or carpal, and I really want you to think about that a lot more. Super, super important. It's one of those big things because one of the biggest problems with isolated study that I find is that people have no idea how to connect isolated study to their finished illustrations. There's such a disconnect there, which is why I personally hated doing them. But now that I do them in context, they're a lot more important, a lot more helpful for me. So really, really think about that. Okay, so now to specific things about the drawing of the hands. That's a structural information, in case you knew it. If you didn't know it, I covered just about every basic right there. Fairly important stuff, not any of the complex stuff that needs to be done, like for example how the webbings happen, how the tendons happen. That's fairly okay, not really important at this stage though, because right on the drawing itself needs to be improved. Now there are certain things over here that I observed when you submitted that I want to try and point out really quickly. Okay, let's just quickly go through this and see if I can find any of them. Well, some of them just look a little bit too strange. I think I want to get you on this idea of just thinking about the fingers as cuboids. This is really, really important, and the number one mistake people make when they construct hands or whatever is that it's always going to be this shape over and over again. Be it in your tarsal, well, it's going to be technically, if you want to be specific about it, it's going to be this shape. Like the entire hand is made out of, well, it's going to be this rather. In the reverse. Like the entire hand is made out of this shape over and over again. And this shape it's cuboidal, right? It's not flat in any way. It's a very, very solid shape. So if this is going to be the case, then I want to see this sense of this cuboid in perspective everywhere. Because if it's not in perspective, it's going to look wrong. Because again, the margin for error here is really low. So I want to see this shape repeated. Because this is how the bones look. And that's how the finger the gesture of the finger follows this. So really important. So everywhere I feel like we could maybe start to put this into practice. We'll just pick any random one, for example. For example, this one over here, there's going to be meat underneath the stem over here. It's not going to be this flat. It's out of perspective. We're going to bring that back in here, bring that curve where it needs to go. Same thing over here. This connects almost randomly. I don't like that at all. How random that's connected to the hand. I mean, there's no connection whatsoever, it seems like. That just can't stand, right? So where is this heading? I feel like it's defeating the purpose a little bit. So, and even then, it seems a little bit out of perspective. So if I justify it like this, maybe add more rounded shapes, maybe somewhat fix it. Also, when you're doing this, think strongly about ordering stuff, because since you're doing this with line, you want to be thinking about overlap. So the overlap needs to be shown in your drawing. So little overlaps like this, for example, they do a lot to help your drawing be easier to recognize, basically. So overlaps like this, for example, these are overlapping lines. Think about putting them in. They're very, very important because they tell your viewer a lot and they tell you a lot about exactly what's happening. So don't neglect overlapping lines, really, really important. Don't be a little bit wary about connecting this fully. I know you haven't done it here, but I feel like I've seen it in a couple of other places here. Here's another example of things that are looking a little bit strange in perspective. You're gonna have to be a little bit careful about this. This, for instance, bring that down, has a side plane over there. Which book did you use for anatomy? I found a good one, but I want to see your choice. I've used multiple books for anatomy. My masterclass in anatomy was done by this dude named Reverend Phoenix, and that was like years and years and years ago. Also, there's a disconnect here. Like, where is this finger connecting? I feel like the drawing is. I don't know. How do I put this in words that don't sound too harsh? No, let's just be harsh because you can take it. It's sloppy. It's very sloppy, and for a sketch, I don't think it's serving you too much. So you're gonna have to think about drawing through a little bit more because like this stuff like this, it's not terminating anywhere, right? It's a bit of a problem. So I get that it's supposed to be a bulge for the finger, but the angle is a little bit too steep. You remember that guy? That guy had a very, very distinct schedule. I think that could be definitely improved over here. This over here, this line, I don't like the separation because that's not what happens. Again, when you're doing a sketch, the sketch needs to give you information. Same thing over here. Right over there, again, perspective is becoming a little bit of an issue here. And also over here, I would not have that harsh of a transition. It would not be weighted that way. It depends on how you've been taught to sketch, but I don't think people would advise crossing that line out there. I don't think it's a good idea. Just like stuff like this, for example, it's really out of perspective. So maybe spend some time just to box it out, perhaps, because like this little angle, like this bend here, it's not possible. Like, that's a broken finger. Because right now what we're trying to say is that it connects like that in perspective, draw the box. But then how is this transition happening, right? To go right over there. That's a broken finger right there. To draw it in perspective. So I'm sure the reference had something like this, but I think this was a bit more justified in the reference. I feel like the drawing could have been better in this area. Maybe it was something like this, which is possible, I guess. Alternatively, maybe the line drawing could have been better, like this. I'm not sure how to make the fingers like cubes and stuff, because without lighting it looks weird to have the planes of the fingers. I feel like. Wait, let's read that again. I'm not sure on how to make the fingers like cubes and stuff, because without lighting it looks weird to have the planes of the fingers. I feel like, I mean, if it's without lighting, it still needs to be justified by the way that you put your sketches in overlap, right? Because ultimately, what does lighting tell you? Lighting tells you how things are arranged, right? Essentially arranged with respect to each other. So the line drawing should reflect that. Like a line drawing, a well done line drawing, a well done sketch, things are ordered already well enough for you to know where the planes are pointing, because everything is arranged properly, right? That's how you solve that through line weight, and you solve that through overlap, right? And your overlap and line weight are just not cutting it right now. So if the reference doesn't have good enough lighting, get better reference, because you're learning, you need good reference. You don't know enough about the subject to make up stuff, so get better reference. And if you are struggling to kind of show the forms without applying value, do these in value. Do these in formal sketch. So do them in like apply an underpainting to them, and then work on the planes that way. Can't fingers twist a bit? Not the way that was drawn, no. Like for example, we could justify it a little bit by doing this maybe? By adding overlap there, but this is like, I'm just making up stuff right now, right? I'm just making up stuff in the drawing that just doesn't exist. I see a little bit of this happening over here. I always argue a little bit against cylindrical forms for fingers, just because they're lit really clearly, right? They're very, very cuboidal forms. So that is what I kind of expect I would want, but again, that's kind of like personal preference. But that's what's really going wrong with a lot of these. Like look at this, for example. I mean, this it's all right. It's not too bad, but again, things are going slightly out of perspective. Again, maybe this could be a little bit not like this, maybe. Still out of perspective. Not that, perhaps. Just gonna rotate. Stick not. Bitmonkey has a gun, man. I mean, they can rotate. They have a little bit of a hinge, but they have no mechanism to rotate. So there needs to be some sort of external thing that's twisting them a little bit, right? Stuff like this. And maybe don't even put the fingernail on. It's going to be too much of a problem. Do it this way. And that looks in perspective now. Put that up slightly, like that. Really happy I'll do my best? Yeah, I mean, you're not going to learn hands in one round of sketching, but you can certainly get better at them. A lot of this is not even going to be drawn in the same way as you do these sketches. You're going to be doing them a lot more intuitively. But yeah, be a little bit careful about the drawing. Don't... See, the thing is, I always advise... Like, I'm a big time guy, right? I really care about time. I want to do a lot of drawings a lot of time. But when it comes to learning things, you'd see when I learn something on the stream, the timer goes off. It just goes off. And then I just learn it at whatever pace I need to learn it at. And I finish learning it, and then to apply the information and to reinforce the information, to reiterate in my head, I do that for time. But when you're learning something for the first time, you've never learned it before, don't ever time that shit. You need to understand the fundamentals, and if you keep getting that wrong, it's going to enforce really bad habits. So I would never suggest when you're learning something for the first time, don't time that. Don't do it for volume either. Don't do these fancy challenges. If you want longevity in your work, think about strongly getting them done right and then do them right properly. I don't know how the school's making you do it. I don't know if the school's asking you to do it for time. If they are, I fundamentally disagree with that. I think if they're going to do that, then have a few cost studies, maybe like a few intricate cost studies of hands, really understand what's happening there, and then go into movement. I don't think going into movement at the very beginning. You're doing it on your own, then I'd say slow down. I'm a big proponent of volume, but don't do mindless volume. Right now, I feel like it's a bit careless. That's my evaluation of it. I don't know what Anjavir or Wolfchan said, but my evaluation it's a little bit careless, and I think you would benefit more, a lot more. I would feel like because, like, for example, this is like it's really like the largest of stuff. I mean, let's think about this like realistically. I mean, it doesn't fit well. Like there's like a lot of a sizing issue right there. So I would really suggest slow down. So either do these with more time or do less of them. Use of more time. I thought 10 a day was appropriate, but already I'll try to make more time and get it right. I would say so. I mean, do it this way if you want to do iterations. If you don't want to do several amounts. How's it going, Night, by the way? Go for the Night. But how's your hand doing, by the way, Night? What was I saying? So you can do multiple of them, but every day spend maybe an hour. I would say spend an hour and do a hand and do it correctly. Okay, because like look at somebody like Raiko, for example. Raiko, very very good artist, super good at drawing accurate stuff. So his method of learning was just doing stuff really really slowly. Um, and I don't agree with it entirely, but there's something to be learned over there, right? And I'm a big speed guy. Like I'm this is coming from the biggest fucking speed guy. If you don't, because I'm seeing a lack of fundamental understanding here, and I don't think that's a good thing to just maintain and then keep doing iterations. I feel like that's going to develop some bad habits, because I feel like if the proportions, for instance, were incorrect, let's say, and not the perspective, or maybe the placement, I was slightly maybe that's forgivable. But I feel like these are just done a bit to have subtle, because you're not bad at drawing at all. I feel like you could do a better job. So let's start with giving yourself more time on each one, and do less a day. Yeah, and like some of this is a little bit too far away. Um, so start with giving yourself a bit more time, and then if that's not helping, if your drawing are still like not hitting the mark, let's say, then just give yourself way more time. What I would say. Doing the same thing in different intervals. It's possible. I'm not the biggest proponent of the 1 minute, 2 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute stuff. But iterative drawing it's proven to be helpful. What I don't like about iterative is that it builds muscle memory a bit too much, and I don't like muscle memory based learning. I feel like it's less applicable. Um, but yeah, so I think that's definitely something to consider. It's if it works, right? But yeah, doing some master studies of like casted hands, for example, would be great. That would be great to kind of just really figure out. Like everybody has like these crazy drawings that could be like just really good breakdown drawings. Maybe those can be studied to get a better idea. But yeah, I feel like a little bit more fundamental knowledge is required before you start doing heavy iteration. And mainly comes from the fact that like you're still new to like drawing in general. So things like perspective and just general like sight sizing, I guess, or general proportioning, it doesn't come as easy just yet. So I think just jumping into doing iteration is maybe not the best thing right now, just for conducive learning. So I'd say maybe keep doing it, because I mean, it'll help to a certain degree. The mileage is important, but just getting like poor mileage is not going to help too many people. So get a bit more into fundamentals. Spend maybe a week on doing it slow, and then you can speed up. Alternatively, do a slow one and then do fast ones right after. What did you do to build perspective basics like vehicles and stuff? I did a lot of boxes. I did a lot of grounded plane boxes. But honestly, what really helped me is that my perspective was good with shape already from all the painting that I was doing. So it's not great right now. Like my perspective drawings are. Where's my perspective? Stuff like this, for example. Like the perspective is still quite off. It's not perfect, but it's possible. And I saw it by shape. I think I showed that last stream. Okay, the switches for my left hand out on Monday. We're almost there? Hell yeah, man. Back to painting. And like a crutch this last month, so now my left hand done. I'm struggling with it every day. I feel better. That's very good. Glad to have you back among us, active painters night. Miss your work. Not the critic I was expecting. Take more time, but it makes more sense. Yeah, the thing is, like, when I know you can do something and it's just like you've done the wrong thing, then that's a solution is to just like, tell you what the wrong thing was. But like when you've done something and it's just not hitting any of the marks, then I have to say that okay, well, there's something a little bit more important here. Because if I know that you've already done good pieces and you just need to rearrange your knowledge a little bit more, then I just say, hey, here's a paint over. This is what you need to do. Just do it next time. But like when there's just a lot that needs to be handled, I just really think that a little bit of time needs to be taken to just take a step back, really figure out what you're looking at, and then go back in there with more knowledge, I think. Perspective always looks so easy. Yeah, I think just drawing boxes in 1.2 point would be really good. And just considering perspective in all your drawings, I think, would be really good. Thanks, BitMonkey. This is part of my FCD submission for my design school. They asked me to do all of this in 48 hours, 50 hours. So I did a bunch of silhouettes, a bunch of sketches. I think this was my final design page that I showed them. They asked me to design scientific research vehicles for the Mariana Trench. So a lot of problem solving. Yeah, I don't like giving Slodan advice too much, but it's not like you're doing less painting a day, right? You're just doing more informed painting.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Thanks for the name, I appreciate that. What are the left ones? Left ones, these are the silhouettes. Silhouettes and thumbnails. So they required me to submit these as well. And I also have a sketch page. This is a sketch page. All of this was, I spent about 23 hours painting and a couple more hours for arranging and getting references and stuff. But I got it done. It was fun. Designed more suits, just some information, some flavor on how it would be like rigged in the ship and stuff like that, how it would float, how it would be retrieved. Matching suits, for example, stuff like that. I thought it would be cool to include. We'll see. I think it's okay. I think it'll pass the requirements, which is alright. But yeah, some notes there, right there, Azar. Yeah, I mean, I do strongly believe in the idea of doing stuff, a lot of stuff for a lot of time, but you don't want to be enforcing bad principles, right? You don't want to be enforcing like bad rules and bad logic. I think you got getting about 2 to 3 days for coming up with concepts max, unless they're splash pieces. After that, you send them in and do it again after the crits and observations. Wait, what are you talking about? In answer to what is this? Yeah, makes total sense. Yeah, I think I feel like needed right now. Because even I, like, on my first stream with hands, me having drawn hands, like, I studied hands, what, 5, 6, 7 times in depth in the last, like, 4 or 5 years, I guess. Well, before that, when I was trying to get into art school before. I did study hands before, and I studied them again before I started streaming again, and then I studied on stream, so several times throughout my lifetime. And even then, the first stream, I sat down and we looked together, we looked at the anatomy properly, we did a bunch of drawings for the anatomy, did a bunch of really slow drawings, and then we picked up the speed. So even at a slightly higher level, I would say, not to compare, but even at a slightly higher level, even I still would do this for myself. And even when I'm studying like things like new armor types, for example, like I studied Japanese armor last month. I'm studying African tribesmen and tribeswomen right now. So even then, I don't time stuff strictly. I keep a timer on just to know how much time I'm spending. I don't want to spend too much time, but I'm not rushing at all. Like I don't have a requirement of doing 20 or 30. I feel like a little bit more information, like the med 50 head challenge, for example. I don't like people just doing that without understanding what the fuck a head even looks like, right? What's the foundation? Because I feel like that builds up poor practice. It's not really what you want to be doing. At the end of the day, any drawing is better than no drawing, I feel like, to a certain degree, of course. But when you're already drawing every day, when you're already going to be doing work every day, then the question needs to be, what's the most effective practice I can do with my time? And sometimes that involves still drawing for the same amount of time, but drawing much more methodically, much more dutifully, much more, with a lot more scrutiny than just mindlessly iterating. Otherwise, the same mistake happens over and over and over and over again. Like, I've drawn faces for the majority of my lifetime, right, since I was 2 all the way to 26. But I've made mistakes for like more than 3/4 of that time on the face, right? Mistakes with the eye, the jaw. So just because, we're somewhat further in doesn't mean we can't take time. He also asked for doing about 100 designs in a few weeks, just in general for the job of designing. Alright, I get you. A 100 designs in a few weeks, huh? That's good. It's not a bad challenge, but that's what the FCD asks you as a standard to get, and they always have an entry test, and they look at your portfolio and they'll say, hey, you seem to be lacking this, this, and this. So they'll tell you based on that how it usually goes. Okay, do we have any more crits to do? Dude, nice job on the cheetah canvas. Very beautiful. They want really accurate work. Yeah, FCD also big on that industrial drawing, right? Feng is an industrial design guy, so wants justified drawings. Cheeto. That's a canvas of drawing right there of the Cheetos we drew. These ones. Very nice. Cool stuff, man. I always like your work. Very nice. Love this dude. I'm bad because of brushes. Yeah, the brushes that are keeping us down. Oh yeah, canvas. Ooh, we have some stuff here. I like stuff. Okay, we have a crit from Curyu. Nice canvas, thanks, I made it myself. Sized it out and everything. Wondering it is 1158 by 1847, not bad. My English the past month has been yeah, you've honestly I'm worried about you. I'm not gonna lie, I'm genuinely worried about you. I think you need to stop watching Twitch streams and put on like Discovery Channel or something, because I feel like you're fading, man. I feel like this might be the last few months, and then like the last brain cell's gonna die. Rescue yourself.